Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and get going with our day, or shall we go? Keep on going? All right, at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nicorai, Sky, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good. Okay. Adoption of the, Councillor Cartmel is here too. Everyone is here. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to do this? A long list. Councillor Hamilton may not have the list.
Sure,
Yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah.
So I move that we adopt the agenda with, sorry, let me just move closer to the mic, with the following changes. Addition 9.3, contract negotiation update verbal report, attachments 1, 2, and 3, private pursuant sections 19, 29, and 32 of the Access of Information Act, published on August 18th. Replacement attachment reports on 7.5, downtown student housing incentive executive committee report, attachments 1 and 2, published on August 14th. Bylaw 8.3, bylaw to authorize the City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and assess sidewalk reconstruction local improvements in the Dunluce neighborhood. Financial and Corporate Services, FCS 02886, published on August 8th. Yeah.
Thank you. Need a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice,
Yes.
was that your vote?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yes too.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just waiting for 2 votes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the June 26th and 27th, 2025 special City Council public hearing, the June 30th, July 3rd, 4th, 8th, 2025 City Council public hearing, and the July 2nd and 4th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Second.
Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And
Yes.
thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Okay. Protocol items. We have a number of protocol items. I'm going to start with Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to welcome, this is a group of students who are participating in the Global Academic Leadership Development Program at University of Alberta. And there are 42 participants in this program from 41 universities across China, and they are here for 3 months. They've been here for a month. They have 2 more months left, and they are experiencing Edmonton life and university from different parts of the city. Councillor Knack and I had the pleasure of meeting them and answering lots of their questions last week. It's always very interesting to hear from visitors outside of Edmonton and their perspective on the city. So just want to welcome all of you to City Hall, and I understand you will have a tour of City Hall as well. Yes, so just want to say welcome. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. I have 3 protocol items. All right. The first one is Treaty Number 6 Recognition Day Protocol. Today, we honor Treaty Number 6. This treaty is a living agreement that continues to guide how we govern, how we share this land, and how we walk together for future generations. It calls us to listen, to act, and to be accountable to our treaty partners. This Saturday, August 23rd, will mark the 149 years since the Plains Cree, Woods Cree, Nikorasu, Sotu, and Dene entered into Treaty Number 6 with the Crown. It was recommitted to through later adhesions, including the Fort Edmonton in 1877, with the last occurring in 1956. The treaty is both a legal agreement between nations and a sacred covenant of friendship, respect, and responsibility. Rooted in ceremony and Indigenous law, it commits us to mutual recognition, peaceful coexistence, and shared responsibility. Edmonton has been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We honor the Cree, Dene, Nikorasu, Sotu, and other Treaty 6 First Nations, and we acknowledge the Métis and Inuit peoples who make their homes here. We are grateful for the wisdom of elders and knowledge keepers who guide our city. We work in partnership with Indigenous governments across Treaty 6 territory, including the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations. Our duty to show respect in action and be accountable to each other. The city will proudly raise the Treaty 6 flag at City Hall, and all city staff will take part in learning that centers Indigenous voices. We will carry what we learn into daily service in the spirit of reconciliation. We are all treaty people. With humility, gratitude, and resolve, we commit to working together with respect and cooperation to build a more just future for everyone who call Edmonton home. And the next one is a little heavy. I would like to recognize that Sunday, August 31st, is International Overdose Awareness Day. Overdose is a complex public health issue. Edmonton, along with many other cities across Canada and the world, is experiencing an overdose crisis. There are many factors that have led to an increase in overdose deaths in Edmonton. In recent years, there has been a higher level of concern associated with drug supply, including its quality, the degree of contamination, potency, cost, and accessibility. Each year, Council recognizes this day and joins those mourning the many lives lost to the overdose crisis. We continue to hope for a brighter tomorrow, yet we learn about more preventable deaths that have been caused by overdose. In 2024, we lost 675 Edmontonians to unintended overdoses. I share my heartfelt condolences with friends and families of all those who have been lost. Preventing or reducing overdose deaths requires a multifaceted approach. Through the Drug Poisoning Reduction Advocacy and Action Plan, we continue to work with all levels of government and community leaders on preventing and reducing the impacts of drug misuse. Residents can make a difference by knowing the signs of an overdose, carrying a naloxone kit, and calling 911 if they are concerned for someone's well-being. Edmontonians can also attend the International Overdose Awareness Day event on the evening of August 31st at Victoria Park to learn about this crisis and show their support for those affected. Lastly, to those who may be using drugs alone, I encourage you to call 1-888-688-6677 to reach the National Overdose Response Service. You are not alone. Together, we will continue our efforts to combat this crisis so that all Edmontonians can live free from the harmful impacts of alcohol and illicit drugs. Thank you for that. Well, now a little bit of fun. Or maybe a lot of fun. Depends on how we do it. Yeah. And how we see this. I think it's going to be a little fun. Or fun. All right. Okay. I would like to take a moment to celebrate and honor the career of Mark Connley. After 46 years in broadcasting, Mark hung his microphone at the end of July. Mark is a proud Edmontonian and has been the voice of CBC's Edmonton AM for the last 12 years. But Mark's time at CBC began even before he was a broadcaster, when he was a teenager working as a custodian at CBC Edmonton. Little did he know that that his curiosity and love for sports would lead him to a legendary career. From calling games for the Fort McMurray Oil Barons to covering the 12 Olympics, Mark brought excitement and professionalism to every story. After more than 2 decades as a sports reporter, he transitioned to news, anchoring CBC News Edmonton, and later became the heart of Edmonton AM. Through it all, he has been more than a journalist. He's been a community builder, whether hosting events, supporting local nonprofits, or sharing the stories that matter to Edmontonians. Mark has always gone above and beyond. Mark, your wit, warmth, and dedication will have a lasting legacy on CBC and on this city. As you step into retirement, know that you have informed, inspired, and brought us together. So on behalf of City Council, thank you. Here's to your next chapter. May it be as fulfilling as the legacy you leave behind. But it's not part of the notes, but I do want to share something personal about Mark. Mark used to ride my bus. Yeah. Number 8 from Avonmore, Holyrood, Bonnydoon area. Sometime early in the morning, sometimes late in the afternoon going home. And sometimes he would not have his bus pass ready for display. Right. And as bus drivers, we are actually required to see that bus pass every time you board the bus. So I let him on sometimes. I gave him free ride. Right? But you had a bus pass. But I gave him free ride often. But here's the but. As an elected official, I never got a free ride from Mark. He was always tough. Always tough. Good. So, but fair. Tough and fair. So, Mark, congratulations. And so happy to see you with your lovely wife and your brothers and your sister and your son and the rest of the family, as well as folks from CBC. Thank you so much for your contribution to Edmonton. Thank you so much. Lovely. That is the end of the protocol items. Now we get into our not as exciting work of governance, but is all important work of governance. You can leave.
No longer my job. I do have a couple of parking tickets I want to.
Eddie.
Well, yeah. We don't, there's no leniency. There's no leniency on parking tickets. No. No. Yeah. Great. Thank you, Mark. It's lovely to see you. Yeah. All right. Now we go to select items for debate. Councillor Paquette, do you want to start with selection?
Sure, I will select item 7.2.
7.2. Uh, 7.2, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select 7.1 and 9.2.
7192 is, oh, I see, okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I'll select 8.3, 8.4, and 8.5 as well.
8.3, 8.4, 8.5.
And then I'll do 9.3 as well, because
9.3 must be selected, okay. Councillor Wright.
7.5, please.
7 point, this was at the committee? Yeah, okay. Okay. Are there any other selections? Okay. If not, can someone move the balance, please?
So moved?
Thank you.
Second.
Councillor Wright seconded, please. Vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Can you read back to us, clerk, please, what we have approved?
Absolutely, thank you. This morning, council has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 7.3, Old Strathcona Business Association update. Item 7.4, Mill Creek Trestle Bridge, B034, and culvert under 76th Avenue, B038, environmental impact assessment and site location study. As well as item 9.1, City of Edmonton Youth Council appointment recommendations.
Request to speak, we have a few requests to speak, but we have a practice not hearing members of the public at council. They have the ability to participate at committee meetings, so we will carry on with that tradition. Request for specific time on the agenda that has been already approved. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. There are 3. No, okay, Councillor Cardwell?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of item 8.1 and 8.6.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.1, 8.2, and 8.6.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1 and 8.6.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 21284, Bylaw 21163, and Bylaw 21169.
Second.
Please vote.
I apologize, 8.1 has two bylaws, which is just a bit confusing. Oh, no, I apologize.
No.
I'm incorrect.
Look, okay. No worries. Okay. No worries. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Right. Okay, carry on. Vote on bylaws. Are there any councillor inquiries? Nope. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule the reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports, we are going to go to, first item would be 7.1, 2025-2026 Council and Committee Calendar Feedback. Councillor Stevenson, you exempted this. Is there any presentation or remarks, Helene?
Yeah, I do. I have a short presentation,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So good morning, Council. My name's Aileen Giesbrecht, and I'm the City Clerk, and I'm here to provide you with a brief overview of the fall schedule, as well as the draft 2026 Council and Committee schedule. Next slide, please. So, as I just mentioned, we're here just to share publicly what the potential orientation schedule and meeting times look like post-election up until the winter recess. The team has prepared multiple drafts of the 2026 Council and Committee calendar, but rather than bringing you completed calendars based on some really robust feedback that we have had, we decided to bring forward some principles to have some discussion with Council today, and what we're seeking is to get concurrence on the principles or alternative direction. We will then take that direction away and prepare a draft schedule which will come forward to your last council meeting, again for information, as the official meeting calendar is not approved until your inaugural council meeting of the next term. Next slide, please. So just quickly to go over, the October to December schedule has been informed by a number of different requirements. There have been enhanced mandatory training requirements outlined in the Municipal Government Act. Some very brief sessions will need to be held before the inaugural council meeting. And then there are some further training that we are suggesting will be taken care of within the first 90 days of the new council term. As I mentioned, we received feedback from senior leaders within administration. We provided opportunities to have sessions with both your offices, as well as all of yourselves were invited, as well as feedback and looking back at the last 4 years with your meeting schedule. And so what is proposed in front of you, again, not for approval, but just for awareness, is a schedule of council meetings, training sessions, information sessions, coupled with experiential learning sessions. We had some really great feedback on how counselors enjoyed that, as well as there are some key corporate obligations that will need to be satisfied in Q4 of this year. Next slide, please. So jumping into the principles of what we're recommending for 2026, and again, the starting point for this was the revised principles that this council approved. So we're assuming that we're still working on a 3-week meeting rotation. Other councils have worked on 2 weeks, but this council has worked on 3 weeks, and we've received lots of positive feedback, so that's our starting assumption. We're maintaining that there are 3 standing committee meetings on week 1, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Community Public Services, Urban Planning, followed by Executive on Wednesday. For council meetings, we're proposing that there would be a minor change and those would be lifted up to the 2nd week. And again, we would maintain the 2-day council meeting. Just based on some of your experiences in the last 12 months, it's been a heavy lift for a number of different parties to have 2-day council meetings as well as 2-day public hearings on the same week. So our suggestion is that you move council to the 2nd week. The public hearings, again, there's been a lot of requests for increased time for public hearings, and by that I mean statutory public hearings. They would remain on week 3, and the suggestion is that these would be moved to Tuesday and Wednesday. What that does is on the last change is provides a bit more flexibility with your Mondays. Mondays could be used for additional types of council meetings. They could be used for additional public hearings if required, but they would also primarily be used for less frequent types of committee meetings. You have a number of standing committees that don't meet on the every 3-week cycle, so we want to make sure that you have lots of planning, but also lots of flexibility. Next slide, please. Carrying on with our recommended principles is one thing we would like council to consider is that you would go back to the schedule of extending to 5:30. We've noticed lots of opportunities where council didn't adjourn at 5 and went to 5:30. Just providing that certainty I think is helpful not only to your own schedules but that to administration and the public. Coming back at 3:45 and adjourning to 5 o'clock really only gives you 75 minutes, and I do think 30 minutes might be helpful, but again, love your feedback. Right now, we are not recommending any changes to civic agency reporting. Those of you will remember the City Clerk's Office did complete a governance review of your advisory committees as well as an audit from the City Auditor on potential improvements that could be made. We are looking at finalizing our jurisdictional analysis and our final recommendations, and pending Council's calendar in the fall, we would like to be bringing forward some additional recommendations. But at this stage, we'll be recommending that civic agency reports are primarily dealt with on week 3 of the schedule on the Mondays. We have also received lots of feedback that your schedule and demands on your time continue to increase. You have a number of external organizations and corporate meetings on Thursdays, and we have been asked not to schedule meetings on Thursdays and Fridays as much as possible. Next slide, please. Minor change regarding your recess weeks, just because it's a bit of a later start and there is a bit of a gap this year where you won't be having any regularly scheduled meetings for 4 weeks. We're suggesting that the summer recess is reduced by 1 week. And again, the last principle, we're not recommending any changes, is that we don't recommend holding meetings on statutory public holidays or high holidays, and that meetings during Ramadan would adjourn no later than 9 p.m. Next slide, please. Some other considerations, Agenda Review Committee, we've had some feedback and we would love to get direction as well, is to move ARC from 8:30 to 8:45 to 9 p.m. That can be typically those meetings can be concluded in 15 minutes. Again, it just provides a bit of transition time between 9 and 9:30, which is when your committee and council meetings start. We are not recommending any changes to the strategic look ahead. That would be once a quarter for ARC. And again, as I've already mentioned, the less frequent standing committee meetings, or as council demands, we would have half-day sessions on the Mondays, either on week 2 or week 3 as your schedule requires. Next slide, please. So again, just to wrap up before opening for questions, we're wanting to make sure that there's maximum transparency on what the potential fall schedule looks like, as well as the potential expectations for 2026. This draft calendar, as well as these principles, are being presented to you today. The principles for feedback, whereas the calendar in the fall is just for information. And it will be one of the first things that the new council does will be to approve their schedule. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate this being laid out and love the thought that goes into these. The one that's most important to me is just changing orders to 5:30. I think there is sort of a life balance impact there with childcare. Do we have a record of how many times we went over 5?
I don't have that in front of me, but it was enough to make the recommendation that you continue. Also, it gives you a little bit extra time with your public hearings, and they seem to be in hot demand at the moment.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that for me, it still seems that going past 5 is a bit of an exception rather than the norm, and I think there are benefits, again, just for being able to manage childcare. So do you just require feedback at this point, or did you want a formal motion?
My request is I'd like to prepare one more draft of the calendar, so I would like consensus from the majority of council on what principles you want us to use.
Sure.
And we'll go from there. So I would love, if you don't agree with the principles, I would suggest you put something on the floor with changes, please.
Okay, so happy to do that. Maybe I'll just ask one last question. Just wanted to make sure, I'm wondering is there any value in swapping council meetings to week 3 and public hearings week 2?
Sure.
I'm just thinking for reports coming from committee, then the committee that may be happening on the Monday of week 3 doesn't have to wait until week 2 of the next cycle to get to council.
So committee is week 1.
Yeah.
They would go straight to council week 2. And then public hearing.
But the committees we have on Monday or Tuesday, so let's say something from utility has to go to council.
Yep.
Yeah?
Committee could either be, right now everything waits 2 weeks anyway, so absolutely we can move it.
Okay. Just a thought, do you want that by motion?
Any change you want by motion, so remember week 2 and week 3 Mondays could be committee.
Yes, yeah. So, sorry, just to talk through the logic, I mean, it sounds like you're fairly agnostic about council or public hearing.
Makes no difference.
Well, I won't make a motion yet, I'll wait for feedback, but again, my thinking is that if we have council in week 3, then we'll have all the committees by the time we get to council.
Not from the Monday of week 3 though, then that would have to wait.
Okay, so that was another question. So whatever committee is happening on the Monday before council won't go there?
Because we require processing time, so typically committees that finish on the Thursday would see themselves at council the next week, sometimes council on a Friday, and I'm trying not to look at MJ because she's the one that has to process it, but yeah, typically there's a lag, but again, happy to move it to week 2, week 3 makes no difference to us.
Okay, then I think it does, in my mind, make sense to move it. But again, I think it's maybe neither here nor there, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. So I'll leave it to others if they feel passionately to put it on. But I will move a motion, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. I suppose I should put the main motion. I don't know what's easiest.
Can we just have some flexibility so we're not doing multiple amendments?
Perfect.
Through the questions first then? Okay, yeah. Councillor Jans, let's go through the round. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. May I provide feedback, or do I have to phrase it as a question?
Well, you can provide feedback phrase that question, whichever works, doesn't matter. This is
Okay.
the clerk is seeking feedback on this anyways, right? So go ahead, yeah.
Certainly. So yeah, overall, I think it's strong. There's a lot of good stuff here, but I wanted to kind of echo what Councillor Stevenson said. My daycare has a hard pickup of 6 o'clock. Every minute I'm late is a significant financial penalty. You know, juggling kids. This might just be me, but depending on who the other counselors are and what the next council is, there's a serious financial equity consideration here around the closure time. I would much rather start at 9 a.m. I would rather have a shorter lunch, like even the 12 to 1. If we have to go to 5:30, that's incredibly challenging. I already this term have had to miss many end of meetings in order to get get there on time. And my preference, if we have to, an emergency, go to 5:30. That's fine, but I'd rather it's the exception, not the norm. And I would rather. I believe Edmonton Public Schools and Edmonton Catholic Schools, and somebody could correct me. I think the first bell is still 8:20. So I would even at a drop off there, I would be able to get to council by 9 o'clock. But my preference would be we reduce the midday break and go longer if we have to. If we have to do 9 to 9 for public hearings, that's fine as well too. If we know in advance, we can schedule around that. But I'm very. The 5:30 is just, I could see posing an issue for future candidates depending on their childcare circumstances. Daycares are rightly incredibly inflexible.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Jans?
I don't know if in fairness, I don't know if the clerk wants to add commentary or respond or.
Yeah, the 5 to 5:30 fair, starting at 9, we would need to adjust some schedules, but that could be done. The shorter lunch break, we have received lots of feedback that the 90 minutes works for people who want to have other off-site meetings. The 90 minutes is better than the 60 minutes. And whatever we do, we just to be mindful of our obligations to our employees to ensure that they are able to have at a minimum a 30-minute break.
Certainly, yeah, I want to do that. So I guess my only ask would be then if whatever challenges if we are not going to do if the majority of council won't move to 5 o'clock, then I think we just need to make sure that we are very, very enabling in terms of virtual participation in future. That the understanding would be that some people, if they have to leave at 4 and join virtually or something like that, they may need to be able to do so. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you for the report. I would support starting earlier but still ending at 5, so that's me on that point. I think I just had a question on attachment 1 for the draft schedule. So it's pretty much all orientation and then budget. Is that what we did in 2020? No, okay. Can you just clarify that for me then?
So we're calling it orientation/council meetings. So even though you're having orientation, for example, starting on November 3rd, those are actual council meetings.
Okay.
And so what we'll do is, depending on council's wishes after the election and in conversation with the mayor, it will be really important that we provide lots of flexibility. The business of the city still needs to continue, but we do have requirements, and based on feedback, you want time for orientation. Yeah. So it's possible that there might be a orientation session in the morning and council business in the afternoon, so it's interwoven. The biggest change I just want to highlight here is the proposal is to prioritize council's orientation and council core priority business and not committee meetings until January. And that was done very intentionally based on feedback.
Gotcha. So for the first few months is all council, and then we'll do the committee rotation starting January.
Yeah, there are a few, for example, there's going to be a council services committee meeting because there's some bylaw obligations. There might be a utility committee meeting. There's going to be an audit committee meeting. But that week 1 that I talked about in the presentation, that rotation's not going to start till January. It's going to give you a time to catch up on public hearings and council.
Okay, great. Yeah. That helps a lot. I had a moment of panic here when I saw the attachment one. And then, I mean, you weren't obligated to put this in the calendar, but I was just curious. Well, at first I thought we were going to do orientation up until budget, but I'm like, when is the budget book going to be released? That's just the one thing I was kind of looking for in the calendar.
I took it out.
Okay.
Because this is a schedule, but yes, it'll be coming out normal timeline, so you'll get a chance to have that all in advance. We are looking at there are going to be decisions that the new council is going to have to make. We didn't put those in. We just wanted to provide an overview to all candidates, to administration, and to council what the potential schedule looks like. It continues to be reformed, or refined, not reformed.
No, great. And then the extra few days post-election is just to make sure that we have time to kind of get the results, because we don't know how long that's going to take this year, right? But
So
you have
I
that
can give
flexibility.
you my guarantee that the official results will be available the Friday after the election.
Okay.
The new legislation does include a secondary potential recount provision, and that's why I've had to push back the swearing-in ceremony by 1 day. And again, based on feedback from council, your offices, and working with clerk staff and administration, we are going to need some time to transition offices, to move people in and get everybody settled. And there was a overwhelming agreement that everybody needs at least a couple of nights' sleeps before you jump right into council business and orientation, which will start November 3rd.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, I saw the Friday piece, and I just wasn't sure how hard that is. Okay, thank you for that. That's all my questions.
That's a
Thank-
legislative timeline for clarity.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi, so time for hiring office staff. I recall getting a request that we had to have furniture orders in or something. I didn't even know it was in the office. That will be allowed then in that, I think that the week after the election, the Thursday, Friday.
Yes, I am working on a memo that will outline all the transition considerations for those of you choosing not to run again, and for those of you that may be returning. Working with a lot of our colleagues across administration and with Victoria's team to provide that information in the next couple of weeks. We will need transition out and transition in time, even though you may not be, assuming there's no recounts and assuming we have all the results in advance of the Friday. If we can say with certainty, candidates that have won will have direct access to Victoria and their teams to start working on staffing up their offices while they may not be physically located here. We are going to be looking at providing transition space in Edmonton Tower, as we are going to have to be doing some cleaning and moving out and moving in. So I have a memo coming that will be coming out to your offices in the next few weeks.
And part of the orientation, that would include orienting new councillors as to, what to do with your office,
100%. So there's going to be orientation, and those are mandatory sessions under the MJ. There's also Office of the City Clerk onboarding, and that's where you get to spend lots of time with Victoria and the rest of our offices, and we'll help you get set up. And that offer will be extended to all candidates.
Okay. And then the swearing in is a little bit later, which is nice. So that also gives the opportunity for the new council to get to know one another outside the confines of chambers, correct?
Yeah, again, feedback that we heard loud and clear. There will be lots of opportunities informally before council is sworn in to meet with the mayor and the city manager. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made in the first 2 days before the swearing in. So while there's no official council meetings, we will be spending a lot of quality time together the Monday, Tuesday before you're officially sworn into office. And again, that'll apply to all of the candidates that win.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the, sorry, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no worries. I don't know how to ask this in a way that you can actually answer. So we'll give it a shot, and if you can't answer, just say I can't answer that. So it seems to me that the problem that we're trying to solve is to get business done within the allotted time. And because we don't, then the allotted time perhaps should extend or be changed a little bit. Would not the easier approach be to have everyone prepared, everyone having read their reports, and to understand when their questions are redundant, and have the chair maybe point that out so that we can,
I don't think that's...
in the next council, they are set up for maybe a little bit more disciplined approach to ending meetings on time and having the business complete? I'm going to guess you can't answer that.
No, she can't.
Okay.
Clerk can answer that. That's up to us, whoever be back to, it's a responsibility to be prepared. That's, yep.
Yeah, because Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to this later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, can you move the second round?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I thought what I could do is move a three-part motion. So to move that the orders of the day be changed to A, begin at 9 a.m., B, shorten the lunch hour from 12 to 1 p.m., and C, end at 5 p.m.
So
And then we could vote on those separately.
If you could put the main motion on the floor, which is approval of the principles with the following amendments, then if the amendments need to be voted on separately, then you can strike them off if they don't pass.
Great.
That works for
So I
Nancy.
will move the administration prepare a draft 2025-2026 council and committee calendar based on the 9 principles outlined in the August 19, 2025 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03018, with the following amendments. A, start time 9 a.m. B, lunch hour from 12 to 1 p.m. And C, adjournment at 5 p.m. Second?
Second.
Okay, second, Councillor Knack? Okay,
Yeah, I'll just, to very briefly introduce this, the one that's most important to me is the last. I think having that 5 p.m. end is important for our own work-life balance, managing families, but also for staff as well, who have those similar constraints with childcare. I am able to start earlier, so I will be supportive of starting at 9, but again, I don't think that one is as vital in ensuring equity and ability for people to participate fully in this role. I find the 90-minute lunch hour important, but again, as that was a recommendation, I thought I would put it on the floor for us to discuss. Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Knack?
Just checking with you, Mr. Chair, is it simpler for me just to request to divide, so
Yeah,
vote instead of
we'll
voting
vote
to strike? Or
We'll vote separately.
okay, then I'll
we'll
do that
vote
and speak to it at the
separately.
appropriate time. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Wright?
I was going to suggest a friendly amendment, but if we are breaking it between the three, then that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I just wanted to ask if that was the intention to vote on each of them separately. So to the mover then, is your intention to increase it to half an hour a day or an hour a day?
I'm just putting all the options on the table. I will be voting to, I can vote against my own motion. I can vote against B.
Why don't we just let the process unfold?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'll ask to City Clerk, is this doable for your staff if it were to increase an hour a day?
In increasing the time, and I would welcome feedback from administration, starting at 9 o'clock puts the other constraint for anybody that has elder care or child care issues, because while you might start at 9, we would have to start earlier. But again, happy to adjust, and again, if we have notice, we can make those changes, but I'll wait for somebody from administration to jump in.
Okay.
The 60-minute lunch, quite often, we spend a lot of our lunch hours drafting motions, preparing information. So if you're going to cut that down, I would just like to say that we are obligated and we should be giving our staff a break.
Yeah.
And again, we can start and end whenever. I would just say it's better to know when the meetings are ending. Extending from 5 to 9 o'clock, anytime after 12 o'clock in the day is problematic because we are not providing notice. But again, we can accommodate, and I stand to be corrected by administration.
Okay. We'd love to get some input from City Manager.
Obviously, longer days are an issue.
I'm sorry, say it again, Ed?
Sorry, longer days are challenging for us. So same issues that council would have, do we have same issues with our administrative staff too? So childcare issues, things like that, something to think about. But getting that done in a shorter period of time or less meetings is preferable too. So, I mean, we'll accommodate whatever council chooses to do. So I think it's up to council on how they want to proceed.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford? Sorry, Councillor Principe, you done? Councillor Rutherford?
I'm good, thanks.
I think my questions were just answered, so I'm going to just speak to it at the appropriate time.
All right, Councillor Nectar to speak, right? Okay. All right, that concludes the questions. We have a motion on the floor. We will divide, vote separately on A, B, and C. Now to speak, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'll vote no to A and B, yes to C. Just the rationale behind it, I think we've talked about this before. I think when we give ourselves more time, we fill the time. We don't need to fill the time. We shouldn't fill the time. And we already have given ourselves 2 days to do these meetings now. So let's not add an extra hour to each of that. That also helps with staffing, but just from a, let's just use our time. Let's stick with 5 o'clock. So no to A and B, yes to C. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, same. I think there's equity considerations all around. While some might be able to do drop-offs or whatnot, there is still a challenge, I think, in getting to here for 9 a.m. In some situations, especially traffic, all of those things in rush hour. I think we heard loud and clear for the B that we need to give our staff a break, and they're often spending some of that time doing work, and so I'm not comfortable. I'm the least comfortable with B, for sure, so I'll be voting no to B. I think this is an example where we're again overreacting a little bit. I think we just need to have the problem first before we try to solve a problem. So I will support C. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I also will not vote for A and B, but I will vote for C. And I've got a rationale, and it's not lost to me that I'm using time to give this rationale. But over the course of this term, we've all experienced what happens when our meetings spill over. Items are pushed back, staff and facilities are stretched late into the evening, and the public is left waiting for decisions. Now, it's important that every councillor has the chance to fully understand the reports before the mic, of course. But the preparation belongs before the meeting, not during the meeting. That is a time for clarification. When questions are repeated in multiple rounds, or when the same ground is covered again and again, we lose what is truly and quantifiably valuable time. In staffing, in efficiency, and in public trust. Sometimes, yeah, the political positioning sneaks into the conversation, but most of the time, it's not malice. It's simply the rhythm we've fallen into out of respect for one another, which is probably a good thing, and with a chair who wisely avoids the heavy hand. But these patterns end up going unchecked. For the next council, though, this is something we must consider what we give to them, but they must consider whether it's making respectful use of the orders of the day, recognizing and calling out redundancies, or setting limits on third rounds of questions, for example, unless they're absolutely necessary. We owe it to our city to tighten up that work, and so will the next council. This is not about silencing voices or making sure that people aren't getting all the information they need. It's about respecting each other's time, the public's patience, and the resources of this institution. A council that prepares well and debates efficiently will serve Edmonton better, and that's a standard worth striving for. And if it's about time, then it should truly be about preparation and efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Well, yeah, thank you all very much for the conversation. I think it was helpful to hear other perspectives. So like others, I will not be supporting A and B, but think that C sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
Okay, please vote. We will vote on part A first. Yes.
Just a moment, the vote's on its way.
It disappeared. Yeah,
We just have to make a slight correction. Just give us a moment.
here we go. We are voting on part A, which is to start the meeting at 9 a.m.
Just waiting for one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And part 2 is to lunch break be 12 to 1 p.m., right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to vote on part B.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Part C is to adjourn at 5 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, we are going to go on to our next item, 7.2, social media engagement. All right, is there a presentation or any opening remarks?
We do have a presentation if council is so inclined.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so good morning, Council and Mayor. My name is Jennifer Badry. I'm the Interim Chief Communications Officer in the Office of the City Manager, and I'm here to share our social media engagement report. Joining me today from my office is Ramya Vilmaragaya. She's our Manager of Brand Story and Social Media. Next slide, please. So today we're going to walk you through briefly how the city uses social media, what our platform engagement is like, and what their strengths are. We'll also look at the risk and benefits of these platforms and some alternatives and what we're doing to safeguard dialogue. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton's social media presence is a key component of its overall communication strategy, designed to inform, engage, and build trust with Edmontonians, while ensuring a consistent brand voice and professional presence. Social media channels help the city build relationships, enhance reputation and brand, share timely information, and celebrate Edmonton's local community. They also provide opportunities to support emergency communications and create spaces for listening and learning. Social media gives us a direct line to what the city's audiences are thinking and feeling. It can help identify concerns early on, spot trends, and understand public sentiment, all of which can inform how the city can serve Edmontonians better. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton's social media presence is focused on 3 corporate accounts, including on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. The city is also active on YouTube as a video sharing platform, sharing relevant content on LinkedIn, and maintains a Threads account. The core social media platforms have been in use for more than a decade, X and Facebook since 2009, Instagram since 2012. The city's consistent presence and engagement on these channels have contributed to a steady following, And on the slide, you'll see our core platforms ordered by their following, as well as the annual post driven through these channels. Next slide, please. Measuring engagement often provides administration with insights about what content is resonating or where we might want to pivot. So unlike public engagement, online engagement refers to the actions people take when they see one of our posts. This can include liking them, commenting on them, sharing, clicking a link, or watching a video. Attaining close to platform averages and high engagement signals that our content is resonating and reaching the intended audiences in a meaningful way. The city tracks a range of engagement metrics to evaluate performance across platforms. Worth noting, a decrease in impressions, shares, and comments on X has likely been influenced by factors outside of the city's control, including evolving user behavior, changes in ownership, and in response, the city has reduced posting frequency and focused more on a targeted high-impact content, which has led to a growth in followers, reactions, and views. Sentiment analysis has showed that storytelling and event-focused content has consistently performed well across all platforms. Next slide, please. In addition to platform-specific strategies and posting frequency, the city's social media activity is guided by a set of core content themes listed here on the slide that reflect its diverse communication objectives. These themes span critical service updates, public safety messaging, community engagement and storytelling, and each theme supports the city's goal of providing timely, accessible, and engaging information to Edmontonians while also fostering civic pride and connection. Next slide, please. Platform optimization is essentially what we refer to as algorithmic reasoning, in that based on our own user feedback as well as that of others, it shows us how the changes to terms and conditions of these platforms have impacted when and how or who those posts are visible to. So we analyze, test, and refine our approach based on how each of those platforms is used in order to maximize our reach. So that's a really fancy way of saying that those algorithms are proprietary to those organizations. They don't actually disclose how their changes in their functionality will impact the users. We kind of have to do a diagnostic ebb and flow to maximize our opportunities. The city's core social media channels play a critical role in delivering timely, transparent, and accessible information to Edmontonians, and each platform is used strategically based on its unique strengths. So, for example, X has real-time updates and emergency communication. It's more useful for that. Whereas Facebook, we see more of a broad public reach and services awareness, and Instagram is more effective for community storytelling and visual engagement. Next slide, please. High-performing video content continues to drive strong engagement for the city. In a crowded content environment, video captures attention in a way that text or static images sometimes cannot. In 2024, as part of administration's strategic efforts to support the playoffs and enhance Edmonton's place brand, the city created a social media video capturing the excitement of fans at the Moss Pit. That particular video earned 4.6 million views, reaching over 3.1 million accounts, and generating 142,000 interactions, including 22,000 shares. The video's viral success not only boosted the city's social media visibility, but also deepened the connection with Edmontonians, showcasing the only in Edmonton spirit of our community to a broader audience. What makes these results possible isn't just the subject matter, it's the approach. It's blending wit, brevity, and trend-savvy messaging while adopting to platform-specific nuances, all while aligning with specific goals of municipal government. Thoughtfully crafted, high-quality, and human-centric social media video content doesn't just perform well, it helps advance communication objectives and positions the city as a modern, responsive, and community-focused organization. Next slide, please. The city also regularly explores alternative social media platforms to assess their viability. On the slide are additional considerations that we have taken into account, but have not yet been fully activated. In some of them, we are sustaining our presence on the platform. So today, we will use trends as the example for how we assess whether the city should have a presence on a new platform. Meta, the company that owns Facebook and Instagram, launched Threads in 2023. Initially of high interest, that platform has recently stalled, giving administration pause. There are no unique indicators that we would be reaching a particular audience segmentation, such as youth or particular business partners, and reach also appears to be limited with the platform stall. So give it our dedicated resources and pursuing other channels would mean pulling back on our established presence. So as such, we continue to focus our core platforms while continuing our industry scans. Occasionally, we will start an account, including on Threads and Blue Sky, to ensure that we've secured our own desired account name and to monitor if any other accounts are trying to impersonate our own. Next slide, please. Like any communication tactic, there are benefits and considerations associated with use of our social media. This slide captures some of the high-level considerations that administration keeps in mind. Social media can amplify reliable, timely information and offer connections more directly with key audiences who influence the perception and reputation of the city. But given what we've shared with you today and about the impact of storytelling, social media offers a mechanism to listen, connect, advocate, and partner with equity-seeking groups. Those are the 4 roles of our Indigenous framework. And to demonstrate how we walk the talk, so to speak, with respect to our organizational commitments around diversity, equity, inclusion, and representation, we've taken very seriously the 3rd commitment to the co-created Indigenous framework, which calls for identify and implement ways to make city spaces and buildings welcome to safe, to make city spaces and buildings welcoming for safe Indigenous peoples and to ensure that they can see themselves reflected in those city spaces and places. We consider the city's online spaces within the scope of that commitment. As such, we intentionally connect with partners and events to amplify inclusivity and representation opportunities while fostering healthy online dialogue and inviting learning opportunities. Social media also offers cost-effective ways to reach our diverse audiences through earned and paid placements. But on the flip side, there are drawbacks to consider, including social media's ability to quickly spread and sustain mis- and disinformation. And as previously mentioned, the stability and sustainability of new platforms also needs to be considered, as well as to the degree of which audiences, including city staff, are subjected to online hate and harm. So on that note, I will say that the psychological safety of our audiences and staff is incredibly important to the city, and that is why we administer our accounts using a transparent approach, which we'll get into on the next slide. However, I will leave you with the thought that the platforms offer incredible speed, visibility, engagement, potential, and the ability to support more inclusive, human-centric storytelling, but they also introduce risk. Therefore, a balanced, proactive approach grounded in clear policies, standards, and workflows will maximize the benefit and work to keep these risks in check. Next slide, please. Diving deeper into safeguarding dialogue, administration follows a moderation approach guided by the City of Edmonton social media terms of engagement, which are posted publicly online. The moderation approach outlines content that may be hidden or deleted, and accounts may be blocked or reported for engaging in any behavior such as hate speech, forms of discrimination, threats or enticement of violence, harassment, bullying, misinformation that could cause public harm, and repeated off-topic or spam content. These steps are not taken to censor critical feedback or differing viewpoints, but to safeguard public dialogue from abuse and to uphold the city's commitment to fostering safe online spaces. Moderation decisions are made transparently and in alignment with internal protocols, with ongoing review to ensure fairness, equity, and consistency across platforms. Next slide, please. So in closing, I think it's important to remember that social media is just one tactic within the city's comprehensive communication strategies, complementing tools such as traditional media, the municipal website, edmonton.ca, public engagement, and 311. It's a component of an integrated approach that administration takes to ensure timely, effective information sharing and listening to Edmontonians. Thank you for your time today. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to questions now. Councillor Paquette, you selected this.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report. I found it to be really fascinating and answered like literally everything I was hoping it would. So well done.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Can you move put the motion on the floor?
Well, I do have a motion. Do you want me to put that on the floor right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
To receive for information unless you have a alternative
I
motion.
do actually have a motion instead.
You can do that, right? Okay.
I was going to get to it for the rationale
Yeah.
through line of questioning. I'll just throw it on now.
Yeah.
That administration bring forward a place brand strategy that unifies and elevates the city's social media, communications, and engagement approaches, empowering staff to deliver clearer, more creative, and more human storytelling that strengthens the reputation of Edmonton at home and beyond.
Second.
Good, thank you. Introduction.
Yeah, and to introduce it, we have a place branding strategy, but I think that if you read the entire motion, you'll see that what I am proposing is that place brand strategy then also includes the other things that I've detailed very explicitly. And that way we get clarity. We don't have confusion within the organization, and everyone is sort of working from the same playbook. If you look at city comms, they have been improving, which is really great. But I think that we could probably move that a little bit faster and a little bit more cohesively. We probably don't want to go back to the the monolithic kind of structure, because we want to give people freedom. But I think that we also do need that sort of guiding principle that includes all of these elements. And that's the introduction.
Thank you. You have questions as well on the
I
report?
do.
Or good, please carry on.
I do.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask about the social media first, and with my apologies because of the time, I might need a second round, but we'll find out. Other cities have started to use X, formerly known as Twitter, as more of an emergency broadcast or emergent issues kind of platform. And we have not done that. And I'm just wondering if we see that as a potential. And I'm going to couch this in a little bit of background. We all know that the X algorithm has its own political intent. And sometimes that intent undermines the actual good work that we're trying to do as a city. And so we actually get, we're a little bit at odds of uplifting a platform that is seeking to dismantle some of the good social policy that helps Edmontonians. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to discuss that. We've looked at X quite closely, given the way that that environment has shifted online. I think we're open to adjusting where that makes sense. The things that we take into consideration are that many of our users still continue to rely on X as one of the primary platforms. And so the absence of us in that space could actually perpetuate mis and disinformation about the city if we don't have a voice in that space. So that's kind of the trade-offs that we contemplate.
And I would agree with you. I've given a lot of thought. And if that's where the people are, for good or bad, you kind of have to have a voice there in some way. In absence, you don't help anyone. So that it is a complex conversation. So with that in mind, though, have we thought about how we can strengthen the other platforms that we see that we are actually getting a more neutral kind of algorithm that allows us to actually communicate with Edmontonians?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that extends into the platforms that we're considering having a presence on. So if we want to amplify our presence on a different platform, that requires genuine content creation, sustaining that conversation, monitoring that engagement, which would require, for example, a downscaling of our investment, our people investment into X, and shifting to that new platform or other platforms to tell that better balanced story.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then I did want to touch on maybe the storytelling element. One thing that I thought was fascinating was that the storytelling aspect seems to be working really, really well. And that's sort of where people are gravitating in communications in these days. And so there. Okay, so I want to be supportive and not critical, but sometimes our city comms can be quite mechanical or cold, and I very carefully look at the reaction to that, and the reaction often seems to be anger because people feel like they're being told something rather than being invited into the process, and that increases that feeling of people being disconnected from what's happening in their city, from policy to zoning to construction to on, and we see it very much laid bare. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation. I think as administration, we have to be really cognizant of the tone that we take online. There's some things that we can have fun with, and there's other things that Edmontonians just take very seriously and want a straight answer on. So trying to find that balance is also something that we're cognizant of. But point taken, I think there are some areas that we can loosen up some of the dialogue to make it a little bit more engaging about things that are happening here at the city.
Yeah, because technically, we are incorporated. We are a corporation, and corporate communications generally want to help people understand what that corporation offers and show the good work rather than enraging their customers. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair.
Okay. And then next along that line, though, is the moderation, because then you'll get people who are very angry or feel no consequences for what they're about to say, not realizing that there's going to be a human being at the other end of that, reading that and having to address that. And that takes a toll on people's mental health and wellness for sure, especially if there's someone who has compassion and is like an empathetic human being. So how do we protect those folks?
Yeah, we have a number of steps that we use with still open to refinement, iterative approach as we have learnings and move forward. So it can be anything from peer-to-peer. Somebody who's in that moderation role can go to their supervisor if they've had a particularly tough interaction or a hard day to get some of that coaching and advice, or just create that safe space within our own team to decompress from that. We also offer intentional breaks with our employees so that they can avoid burnout or emotional fatigue, so they actually get to step away from that content.
Okay.
And of course, there's the EFAP program or Employee and Family Assistant Program that the city offers should it need to go to that step.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just wondering, do we already have a place brand strategy?
So in full transparency, we do have a place brand strategy, but that strategy only took us to 2023. And so my team is currently working on the new iteration of that place brand strategy. So this is quite timely.
Okay, great. And do we do it in conjunction with Explore Edmonton? Because do they not have a place brand strategy?
Yeah, so Explore Edmonton is more of your destination marketing arm of the place brand strategy. So they're really calling people in for that visitor experience. There's a number of elements to the place brand strategy of like why you want to work here, live here, play here. And many of our different partners will have different strengths in those different areas. And we really want to pull on those threads and have them be really empowered within that place brand strategy to lean into where they are strong, to have that call to action, whether it's in our community of why you want to be proud to be an Edmontonian or why you might want to come and do business here or why you might want to come and study here.
Okay, so you do work together with Explore Edmonton on that?
We do, and we're in the infancy stages of the place brand strategy development, so we are bringing together those players and reinvigorating who was at the table before.
Okay, great. And then I'm just trying to get an understanding of how you choose the stories or the posts that you make. So I know often, sometimes the mayor's in the post, which makes sense. He's the mayor. Sometimes are councillors in the post, like representing the city, like as in their deputy mayor capacity?
I believe we've had content on that before, and then there's certain stories that will lend themselves to highlighting something that's in a particular ward. And then like I said before, we couple that with a broader communication strategy. So if we have something that's going out on social media, we would want to include, especially if it has a certain profile, for example, in some of the key messages that go to council or the toolkits that go to council so that they can take that even further. But maybe I'll also throw it to Ramya just because she's in the weeds every single day and can tell us a little bit more if you'd like about how we profile.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if councillors get the same exposure, like an equitable exposure on the City of Edmonton social media channels.
Yeah, I can jump in on that. So generally speaking, if there is an event like a groundbreaking or there's a councillor presence, we do try to include them if they're part of the photo, part of the event. If there's a sponsor for a particular initiative, they're generally included as a quote in the news release. So they'll be profiled in that way. Different councillors have different social media platforms that they're active on. And so I think that plays a part in how they're profiled in our messaging as well. But I think that's something that we can take into the onboarding for the next set of councillors about if they would like to be tagged in stories that they're involved in. And then we can be a little bit more proactive in increasing and strengthening that presence.
Yeah, and not to eat up all your time, Councillor, but we do have an overview. So I could probably sit here and tell you who's stronger on council on X, who's stronger on YouTube, who's stronger on Instagram. So as Ramya mentioned, going forward, we can definitely look at how we can leverage the strengths of the councillors themselves and the platforms that they are very active
Right, and not even necessarily our own platforms, but just the City of Edmonton platform, like just making sure there's equitable representation.
Noted, for sure.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tank.
Councillor Principe actually asked a few questions that I had on my mind, and I will support this last thread because I I do notice that a lot of the city of Edmonton posts do skew towards certain wards or neighborhoods. So sometimes I think it makes it feel like there's more happening only in certain parts of the city. And I don't think that's necessarily true. And I have reflected that feedback with executive leadership as well. So I think equitable distribution of that would be great. I think I would just, if you can just clear up this attachment 1 on the sentiment piece. So the report said the Facebook had more negative sentiment and Instagram had more positive. I think I'm just looking at that table and I'm like, I don't understand how you're arriving at that. I just thought that was an interesting observation.
I'm just catching up to you here. So your question is how we arrive at whether the platform has that negative or positive sentiment?
Right, because I'm looking at the numbers and it's like the opposite.
And which numbers are you looking at?
So your report said Facebook had more negative sentiment.
Yep.
Instagram had more positive. I'm just looking at the numbers and I'm like, that's not what the numbers are telling me. So I just wanted to understand how you arrived at that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So the numbers are like one indicator for how audiences might be engaging with that particular platform. The sentiment that we get will come from the types of comments or liking of someone else's comment, if it's a negative or a positive. So that's where we'll start to see that trend.
Okay. I'm just saying your table on this page 2 on attachment 1 doesn't reflect what the report is saying. So I don't know if that's an error or...
Ramya, did you want to jump in on that as well, or is that something we need to take away?
No, for sure. The reason that doesn't match is it's because of the moderation efforts that we put into taking away some of those comments. That's where that discrepancy comes from. The sentiment analysis is also using artificial intelligence technology from Hootsuite, which takes into account not only keywords that people use, but also emojis. So for example, if someone uses a crying emoji in a positive way, it interprets that as a negative sentiment. But I think the biggest discrepancy that you're seeing here is it's because of the moderation of efforts by the team to manually take away some of those negative comments. That's why they don't match what's being interpreted.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I guess one of the things I feel like we often talk about communication, not just the city communication channels, but how it aligns with messaging from maybe some of our ABCs. As you develop this place brand and like some of the approaches and tactics, will you be coordinating with some of our ABCs? Explore Edmonton is one of them. I'm also thinking police commission, police service.
Okay.
Because I know that has been a frequent conversation that has come up in this room, is particularly communication, alignment, consistency on social media.
Yeah, so I think one of the things we'll be doing with our place brand strategy is working our way back from what the collective goal is of those key partners around the table, and then adapting our tactics and our approach to what makes sense to advancing that place brand in alignment with council's priorities, in alignment with the city plan, as it sort of scaffolds from there.
Appreciate that. So I just want to flag that. And then the final question, I think in the last 4 years, the city's social media presence has significantly improved. So well done to your team. Are you seeing sort of a rising resource dedicated to this as well?
The way that social media is done throughout the city, so we have our core corporate accounts, which is like the City of Edmonton accounts that you see, but the decentralized accounts are the ones that you'll see, like the Take ETS accounts. So then those are handled through the department. So our resourcing kind of ebbs and flows is what I'm basically trying to convey to you, is there's different teams assigned to different accounts that can help us manage that workload.
Okay. So that has remained steady in the last 4 years, would you say?
It's definitely evolved in the last 4 years with the decentralization of the communications department.
So you're structuring the resources a little bit differently.
We've structured the resources accordingly to what, again, is driving the needs of the organization, the priorities of council, the city plan, et cetera.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
So we've been on a social media journey as a world the last 20 years. One problem I found right now with social media is that, especially on platforms, and this is well documented and I don't want to name them, but there's so many fake accounts and so many bots and so many people who are going into community league Facebook groups, which appear to be, or they're espousing to be legitimate or trying to pretend to be legitimate, and they're sharing information. And when you click on the profiles, they, have it's very obvious they're fake accounts. They might have just pictures of animals, not people. They might have, like, you can tell there's a whole bunch of signals and tells that they're bots, including no information, etc. But they're sharing. It appears to be a coordinated disinformation campaign, like we saw in the American election and elsewhere. The visceral racism, the anti-Indian racism in particular that I've seen online has been quite disgusting. And I've had many conversations with community leagues where sometimes they can try and police these groups, including some of the Crime Watch groups. It's I guess, like, I wonder sometimes how we or city partners or others can combat this misinformation, or at least try and mitigate the visceral racism and disinformation we're seeing.
I think there's a number of complexities to kind of unpack there, Councillor. What we're seeing on our side of things as well is the volume of critical and negative comments have definitely increased, particularly on sensitive topics, whether that's transit or houselessness, things of that nature. And we've also, on the other side of that, there's been changes on the platform level moderation. So, for example, Meta has reduced their enforcement of their content policies. So that's when we look at our approach from a pragmatic framework perspective. I think that's where it's really important that we continue to have our transparent policies for what we will moderate and block and report in order to preserve that integrity of the conversation online and to uphold those safe spaces as much as we can.
Yeah. I worry though that if we're saying, hey, engage with us on this space or on this platform, and people are going there and then seeing all of this cruelty, how are we, like, I have tried to pivot towards, personally as a counselor, like I was really trying to focus on sending counselor newsletters and focusing on in-person engagement, and I virtually disengaged from a whole lot of social media. And I've actually found it's been fine. Are we emphasizing, say, text channels or email channels or things like that, so we can spend money on even direct mail as opposed to some of the social media ads and engagement?
That's definitely components that we take under consideration when we look at our broader communication strategies. We're continually evaluating what has worked, what needs to be refined, where are the audiences, and where can we reach them with different types of information. Where you would go to reach someone who, for example, is a youth versus a senior might be two very different spaces, two very different tactics. And I will say that our communications research team has also been really important to ensuring that we have those data points to inform our strategies. What we're seeing through that avenue is that while those voices that are negative are often quite loud, there's also many users who are quietly benefiting from our presence on the platform. We're still seen as a trusted, credible source in those spaces to be able to offer some balance to the conversation, as unpleasant as they may be.
Yeah. Is there any other power we have as a government body to act as a regulator or to file complaints with any of the CRTC or something? I don't know even what the body would be in terms of foreign interference or political disinformation.
So in terms of the exact bodies, I think there's different avenues and different elevations that it would go to. So, for example, if there's a threat, a credible threat against the corporation, we escalate that to corporate security. If there is a threat against any staff, that goes to police, for example. So really the context is quite important there. But we do also have a process for when misinformation or rumors start about the city that are circulating online. We don't engage in prolonged arguments within those comment sections. What we do is the administration monitors those platform conversations and assesses the impact of that mis or disinformation before we decide whether to we engage. So rather than escalate like an unproductive comment thread by our presence in there or chiming in, which can actually amplify that misleading content, the city will prioritize that broader proactive messaging through official channels and kind of shift away from engaging in that specific stream, if that helps.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I guess just on a similar thread, how much is within our control when it comes to our ability to moderate content and control the spread of that mis or disinformation, and I guess how much is on the platform itself?
So the different platforms vary with what they will let you moderate and control. Where we also have that transparent policy online that outlines what we will moderate and what we will control. But we also don't want to be disruptive to democratic dialogue. So not everyone is going to agree with the city policy or a program that we have rolled out. And so we do also want to create space for those differing point of views. But we do also want to make sure that that we have that integrated approach and that we are timely and effective with the way that we're sharing that information with Edmontonians. But I think I might have wavered away from your original question, so I apologize.
That's okay. And maybe just to build on that, I mean, my understanding is that there's some degree of moderation that can happen on the platform side, like if people are using
that's what it was, yeah.
key words that are clearly inappropriate.
Yeah.
Just to take some of that burden off city staff of having to like get into the weeds of those. We're tapping into that, I assume.
Yes, so that's where Ramya had mentioned the Hootsuite platform that allows us basically a dashboard to see all the things that are happening on our different core platforms at any one time. That platform itself is the one that will flag certain keywords and emojis and et cetera, and start to help us filter out some of those pieces.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I just wanted to maybe come back to when we're considering having a presence on other platforms, recognizing there's sort of a trade-off there, and obviously finite resources and staff time. I wanted to ask about Reddit,
Okay, yeah.
specifically because I've seen some really excellent dialogues. I think it was the Snow and Ice team. They did an AMA. And the level of dialogue engagement that I saw throughout that conversation was, I thought, quite excellent, and it just allowed for a source of reliable and trustworthy information to be at people's fingertips. And I'm just, thoughts on how we're considering those platforms.
Yeah, I think we've definitely dipped our toe into the Reddit pool. Tried to use it very strategically. It is quite resource intensive to be present continuously on Reddit and capturing things. We do, though, highlight certain threads that are starting to trend or pick up significant volume in our daily media monitoring that's circulated internally, so that we can keep an eye on things. But I think Reddit is definitely one of those ones that we do want to continue to look at how we can use those strategically and tell those different stories. Because it has a unique audience with it and a unique engagement, so there is some benefit and some trade-offs to that platform as well.
For sure. Okay, and maybe just finally, in terms of you've been in this space for a while. You've seen the landscape evolve and change over time. Is there, and I appreciate the risks that were sort of flagged and sort of more future-focused risks, what we're anticipating seeing coming down the line. Are there any in particular that you think we need to be aware of? Like the mis and disinformation one was big. Is that probably top of the list?
Yeah, I think it's number 2 or 3 in our corporate strategic risks for mis and disinformation. So I think not only just from a communications perspective, a corporate perspective, it's also flagged, I don't have the name off the top of my head, but one of the international bodies that looks at online presence and risks to organization has flagged online mis and disinformation as one of the major categories to keep looking for in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. So first of all, maybe to the mover, I'm just curious about the place brand language in the motion. The conversation so far has been a lot about communicating out, specifically on social media channels, engaging with, back and forth. But that's not what I understand a place brand strategy to be. So I'm just curious about that language in this motion.
Well, that's a good question. I think the conversation itself has sort of focused on what you've talked about, but I think that the intent of getting a report and understanding the reach of social media ties directly into how we present that place brand. And so while the conversation may have gone one way, my intention from the start was maybe we take a look at how we are branding our place.
Okay. Well, that's, so the way this conversation is going, I don't know that that's what is coming back. I'm hearing a lot about how do we talk about ourselves on social media, and how do we respond about how other people are talking about the city on social media.
I think
Place
that-
brand is different.
Well, I think this takes it one step further than just talking about social media. I mean, we can roll around in the hay on that as much as we want, but we should always elevate these conversations.
Okay, so then if the intent, so your intent is that we develop a place brand strategy, so then that's what I understood you to say, Councillor Burkett. So my question then is the City of Edmonton the best body to be creating a place brand strategy? And should that not lie with, other agencies such as Explore that are actually part of the visitor economy and visitor attraction?
Yeah, I think that, maybe this should go to Ms. Badry because she did answer that in part already. So maybe we'll just throw it over to Ms. Badry.
Yep.
Appreciate the opportunity to weigh in. So appreciate the perspective as well that place branding really is for creating that distinct identity around who our city is, why you want to be here, what can you do here. I think each of the partners has a critical role to play. There's a role for post-secondary, there's a role in our economic development partners, and there's a role in our destination marketing partners for sure. But when I look at the overarching importance of place brand, like we already have an established presence as the City of Edmonton. Our y.edmonton.ca is all about our place branding, and it's through that storytelling component that we really get across the answer to why Edmonton. Why do you want to be here is going to be different for every single person. And so I think I see the city as that umbrella to activating and empowering the partners to really tell our story to different audiences in different ways about why you want to be here.
Okay, so I think that's the crux of my concern, because I don't see that way. I think of, arguably the best known place brand, not even strategy, but occurrence was I Love New York, right? I Heart New York, which was started by a gift shop, right? And just very accidentally trying to get activity into their place and into their space that was adopted universally. I'm not sure the City of Edmonton should be the umbrella organization. And maybe that's a philosophical question. So I see this, what's on the floor here, as almost a conflation of two strategies or two motions. One being develop a place brand strategy, or what is our role in that, or a report on what our role is in place brand strategy, and a report on what more we can do in social media work. So I don't know if there's a rewriting to split that into two, of which I would support one.
It could be. I think we're having the shall-should conversation right now.
Well, perhaps, but
because when we say brand, I don't, obviously it's not like, Edmonton has a ribbon of green. Like that's not the concept, right? It's the approach to how we brand our communications, not as a, logo or catchphrase, but the identity. So we can say place identity strategy or any other kind of word, but if the intention is clear, that's what matters.
I take your point. I don't want to get too much into this word versus that word, but when it's capitalized place brand strategy, I start seeing Edmonton River, I start seeing a lot of these other logos that are kind of popping up, and it's like, I'm not interested in any of that right now.
Yeah, this is not that.
Yeah, so perhaps there's some different language that does not include place brand as a capitalized phrase.
Yeah, so maybe just, while Councillor Rutherford is asking her questions, I don't know if anyone in administration would like to offer a revision to that in order to capture the essence of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, well, my questions are going to jump off of Councillor Cartmel's, because I tend to agree, and I think it was the crux of what Councillor Principe was getting at with, asking about Explore and those other things. Because a place brand strategy is about creating pride and identity in a place, which in this case, I think we're all in agreement it is Edmonton. But when we're talking about the social media and the interactions, it's actually our corporate brand, not a place brand.
If you're looking for my agreements, I think there's a space for both. Primarily corporate is
Well,
where
we're a
positioning
component
this
of
on.
Edmonton, so we always want to make, like, when we're in the playoffs, we obviously want to elevate that, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
But we're not responsible for the place brand. The Oilers also does place branding. The Explorer also does place branding.
Yeah.
But what we need to make sure is that the sentiment as governors, and our role here, and what I'm trying to think about for better, like, wording of this motion, is about how the corporation comes across. Does it continue to remain trusted? Is there positive sentiment with the corporation? Those pieces, right? Like, and so I guess you said that our place brand strategy was kind of up to 2023.
Correct.
What about our corporate brand strategy?
That's current. We have our civic identity. That's a separate sort of stream of how the city identifies itself. That's where you see things like our city flower, the tartan, our logo. That is that civic brand that is consistent that you will see across all of our
There's
materials.
branding, and then there's like I think there's a piece that's like kind of the overlay, for using zoning terms. Sorry, Kim. The overlay here is that you have sort of those very, very specific identity pieces that are consistent, so that, you know, one department isn't putting out a logo that looks different from another one.
Yes.
Like, I get that. I worked in this space, right? And then there's the broader city of Edmonton thing. What we're kind of missing is that middle intermediary of what kind of sentiments, what kind of vibe do we want to have in our interactions with Edmontonians, and how does that intersect with social media and other platforms in which we engage?
That is the broader context that I hear what you're saying, that has to be considered through the social media channels.
So I guess what would we need to do to amend, just to get the heart, like, if there was an amendment, or like I know because Councillor Paquette sort of interest, what would we need to do to amend this motion to get to that kind of conversation, as opposed to the place brand strategy, which I agree with Councillor Carmel is.
Yeah, and maybe while that's being contemplated, I'll just offer that in the place brand ecosystems, there are different ways to approach that. There is the shared brands that you see, like the I Love New York. There's unified brands where we kind of all do our own thing, Travel Alberta, the Chamber, whoever that may be. And then there's just completely disjointed. We're not coordinated. We're not saying the same thing beyond our city border of why this is a great place to be. And so I think that's the intent that council's trying to land, is like, well, what is our approach? Who's involved in that approach? And what are we trying to achieve through mechanisms like social media, media relations, engagement opportunities with Edmontonians? And so I'm not sure if I'm probably not helping very much when it comes to whether that's place brand that answers that question, or a different strategy
I
altogether.
think I'm more interested in the corporation and the corporation's perception to the public. That is the conversation I'm interested in having, because as governors, that's the conversation that we can control, and frankly, there are negative sentiments out there that I don't think we're doing a good enough job on social media to actually have a strategy to be countering.
And I also think, I don't know if Stacey's here, sorry, we have some of that information coming through Financial Corporate Services about what do Edmontonians think of Edmonton services, programs, reputation, et cetera. That information is available to us to build out some of these strategies as well.
Okay. So do we need to, are you comfortable with leaving it as place brand, or should we add like the corporation? Like, I'm just wondering if Edmonton Corporation needs to be in there as opposed to place brand.
I mean, we could make a distinction within the motion about place brand strategy versus corporate identity. Yeah. So we can bring back a report that helps you see what the distinct lanes are that we maybe want to have a presence more in than the other.
I would be amenable to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. I want to follow up on where Councillor Paquette was going in his earlier round on the the harm, the toxicity is causing to staff, right? You highlighted some of the ways that staff is being supported. What I want to get to is more of a specific culturally appropriate support system is in place, because everybody's impacted differently. If there's anti-Semitism out there in the community and you post something around that and then staff is monitoring that, if some, or, and what is going on in international, say in Gaza, if you have Palestinian staff monitoring that, and what is hatred about, specific groups, right? Because everybody's impacted differently. So how are we supporting our staff to deal with their emotional well-being and the psychological harm that they would face in those kind of circumstances?
Maybe I'll kick things off with the general approach that we use with, and a little bit deeper than what I already went into with the presentation, but and then I'll turn it over to Ramya, who deals with this and her team on a regular basis. But I will say that our social media team identify as being amongst the groups of equity-deserving communities, and so some of the comments that they are subjected to regularly are quite impactful negatively. And so we have a responsibility, obviously, as their employer to ensure that they have a safe place and resources available to them. We're also quite transparent if any of that information needs to be shared amongst the teams for why we're blocking, reporting, or doing whatever with a user or an account. The disclaimers that there are very sensitive information, triggering information that trigger warning before we're sharing that content, just as a sort of blasé FYI. But I will turn it over to Ramya to dig a little bit deeper on that.
Hi, thanks for that question. Yes, our team, we do have many equity-deserving folks on the team, and I believe Councillor Jantz mentioned there was a time where there was a lot of Southeast Asian hate that was happening in the comments, which was very hard for me to see when helping my team monitor that. We do have supports in place with some of the automation that takes out some of the really, really harsh stuff before even we see it. We're also looking into AI tools that automate some of this filtering so we don't have to manually deal with it as much. And I think just being able to err on the side of less hesitation when we see something that could be potentially harmful to our audience. Usually I think that trigger needed to be a lot more explicit before we deleted or report or blocked. But now I think we're being a lot more proactive as we've all been to training and we're a lot more understanding of what can cause harm to different audiences. So we are really doing our best to be mindful of each other, being city staff that are monitoring the comments, city staff that are being talked about in the comments, and then also our broader audience on social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's in any area, I think we got to continue to provide enhanced supports, right? It does cause a lot of harm. Like we post on my social media when I'm out at cultural events, and the reaction sometimes is pretty negative towards that particular group, right? Whether it's anti-Muslim hate, right, or targeting Jewish community or the other religious or faith-based organizations and cultural communities. Oh, my time hasn't started. Sorry.
It did. I think you're still about a minute left. So.
Okay. I do want to come back to Councillor Cartmel's question, actually. I think place-based is much broader than corporation-based, right? I think we need to, if the intent of the original inquiry was on social media, City of Edmonton social media, and having a unified approach to how we communicate as a corporation, not as City of Edmonton, like community of Edmonton, right? Because there are many other components. And I think there is a lot of room for improvement on how we as a corporation communicating what we deliver for Edmontonians, how we deliver for that Edmontonians. So I would rather see that focus of this. Maybe this is to Councillor Pickett, is shouldn't we just focus on corporation and leave the broader branding to other partners in partnership with the city?
Yeah, that makes sense. If we said corporate reputation strategy, and then that would probably invite that conversation. I think that's probably not a bad idea.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'll take the chair back.
Are you making that amendment? Because it looks like it might be friendly. I was looking and I thought I saw nodding heads. So can you make that amendment so that we don't have to keep talking about it?
You want me to do that?
I would love you to do that.
It's a friendly,
I
then
will confirm.
we change the place brand to corporate strategy.
And I'm just confirming, I saw a lot of nodding heads before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's a friendly, right? So.
that is considered friendly, and it's even got rid of one name on the list. So we'll accept that as friendly, and now I'll return the chair. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'll take the chair back. And Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Okay, it's friendly for me as well. I want to focus on the topic here. We're talking about the social media engagement. So I also want to follow some good points my colleagues brought up, and for the discrimination and the hate language. Why I mention this, and then this is our corporation brand. I was wondering, and then as a corporation, yes, we have 12 councillors, one mayor, we have so many ABCs, agents, boards, commissions, they have their own social media. Do we have any specific guiding principle in place to really connect it or interact it with our city's own ABC's social media accounts? For example, recently we've posted something about the discrimination, about some hate language for certain type of candidates. Some councillors, including myself, experienced lots of hate language and on social media as well. Is there any guiding principle in place or strategy in place how we address this type of things, or working together and with the different agents or different organizations as a corporation under this big brand strategy? So I just wondering for that.
Just to clarify, is that a question about the motion to the mover?
No, not just a general question, and then because I want to focus on social media engagement. This is what we're talking about today.
Okay, so specific to the social media engagement, yes, we have those guiding principles in the guidelines that we post online. I will say that in talking to my colleagues, including folks at the City of Calgary, we were an early adopter of having clear principles, transparently outlining when we would intervene in social media exchanges, so much so that other cities have built their strategies and their policies off of what we had early on in the space. So we continue to refine what that engagement policy includes, and what those principles are of respect, and also around of transparency of we will intervene under these certain conditions, and here are the conditions where we will not intervene in the spirit of democratic dialogue. So I'm not sure if that quite answers your question though, Councillor Rice.
Probably not really, and because my question is about, is there any efforts or is there any strategy already in place or implemented to really work together with different social media accounts, and that is under the corporation big umbrella to build that brand, and then to have that culture brand say we cannot tolerance this type of language and the social media. We cannot tolerance those misinformation and false information on social media. So I think overall, I like our city's social media account. I follow them, and sometimes I share their information. I reshare their information as well. And then it's just from mitigation to the risk piece. The benefits piece, everyone, no doubt, yes. But what's the mitigation strategy or like you mentioned, we have principle. How we work with, we have so many social media accounts under this big corporation umbrella. And is there any way we can interact each other, interconnect each other, make even this brand stronger? So I hope I explain what I'm thinking here. And then I appreciate my colleagues brought and even Mayor brought the emotional harm and for certain people and from social media, because those risks is just hiding behind the screen. You never know who they are. So is there anything we could do for that?
Yeah, so I think there's a few points to touch on there. We do have like a coordination internally. So what you're seeing maybe interacting on like a Take Transit platform, we will make sure that that's flagged with our central team and vice versa if we're seeing some of the antagonistic behavior. And then we don't have anything formal in place with the partners. We're certainly always open to providing that guiding documentation to ensure that we sort of have a consistent approach. I know we're at time, but that being said, I'll just say that in the next year here in 2026, we'll be undertaking an audit of our social media accounts. We have over 50 of them across the corporation. So pragmatically, we know that that is probably not sustainable. Some are working better than others. So we really want to hone in on the different strengths and focus on those channels in particular. So there's more to come on that.
Thank you. So is the wording right on the motion now? Is it corporate brand strategy? Corporate reputation strategy.
So just confirming it should be corporate reputation strategy?
Or corporate communications strategy.
Communications covered later on. Corporate reputation strategy. Okay. Okay. All right. We have concluded the conversation on this motion. Now to speak. Who would like to start? Constance Jans.
Yeah. I think that we are doing democracy a grave disservice right now with the lack of controls around social media, our dependency on social media, our pushing people towards social media. And I think that if we can operate as a city that moves towards really emphasizing direct connection with Edmontonians, whether it's by direct mail, whether it's by text messages, whether it's by email messages, I think that what we've done with the snow removal or the texting apps, it's like the ability that we have to engage with people directly with fact-based, truthful information, I think is really, really important. I think that the more that we are fostering a dependency or creating a dependency or encouraging people to engage with us on social media as a corporation, I think that's really dangerous. And I think it's exposing people, and I think it is it's unreliable. It's unreliable. We're at the behest of them. They're asking us to pay for more ads. When you are doing things that they don't like, they shadow ban you or they throttle content. These are big, incredibly powerful corporations. The foreign interference is well-funded or well-founded, whether it's where we're looking at what happened in the Canadian election, the American election, or others. I think that it's really important to have true public interest sources of truth, whether it's the you can get things at the courthouse, you can get things at City Hall, etc. And I really worry that anytime we are pushing people to social media and creating that expectation of engagement, or why aren't you on social media? Why aren't you doing this? That's a big problem. And I was involved in the early days of Twitter in 2008 and trying to push the city of Edmonton for a Web 2.0 strategy. And I think we've all seen how that has that's gone absolutely sideways. As an elected official, social media has been very harmful. I can think of times when my family was doxxed, my address was doxxed. It was a group of people who were trying to organize a noisy vehicle rally outside of my home. I reported it to corporate security. I can think of times when my staff have experienced harm when I've been threatened or I've had to report things. The hate speech is so numerous that you don't become numb to it, but it's just so plentiful. And I think all of this to say, creating an environment where it's expected that the corporation of the city of Edmonton, that elected officials, that others are going to be dependent on these social media companies and platforms is a huge danger and vulnerability to our democracy. I think we need a public state media like CBC. I think that we need trusted distribution channels for the city. I'm going to support the motion because I think that there's a lot of good things that are happening. But right now, we don't have a content problem. We have a distribution problem. And I wonder, every dollar we spend and every dollar our partners spend and every dollar Explore Edmonton or the library or any other entity that we fund, including community leagues, that we spend is continuing to enrich these platforms, that they benefit from clicks, they benefit from fake news, they benefit from fake engagement and sensationalism and everything else. They profit. We have to follow the money here. And I think we owe it to our citizens, to our democracy, to everyone, to be able to do what the motion says in terms of having a robust strategy that allows us direct connection to subvert, to sidestep the profit-seeking motives of these extremely, extremely wealthy tech billionaires and the people who benefit from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for the conversation, and thank you to administration for the excellent reports and responses. The reason I was hoping to have this conversation from the social media frame is because it's a touch point everyone can understand. Most news and information people glean these days is from social media, and it's the primary conduit for Edmonton's corporate and reputation communications as a whole. The way our city speaks to our people, the way the world reads and sees who we are. There will always be a place for technical updates, and they're necessary and serve a valuable purpose. But more often, communications are an opportunity to clarify, to tell a story, and to invite Edmontonians into the work we're doing together. When people understand that story, they feel part of the city as it's being built, which is the truth of what we all do every day. For that to succeed, rollout, strategy, storytelling, and moderation matter. Too often I've seen public anxiety grow, not just from misinformation, but from the absence of clear, timely information from us. And our online spaces must be safe and actively moderated for residents and for the staff who show up every day to manage them. We're also going to be able to streamline and unify the understanding within the city system when it comes to approaches and strategy for city comms. This is also about reputation. Our channels are watched not just by residents, but by organizations, businesses, and potential investors who take the temperature of Edmonton by what they see and hear online. Reputation matters for civic pride and for economic opportunity. Our reputation is an economic factor that cannot be ignored. And as such, this opens the door for an alignment not just within the city, but more fully for our partners in city building. An investment in city building and investment in order to craft and forward the narrative of who we are. We don't need to navel gaze together. We need to start looking more fully outward at the world and opportunities it presents for the benefit of all the people who live and work in this city. That's why this motion is important, in my opinion. It isn't just a governance tool, it's a signal to empower staff to unify our brand and voice as far as corporate and reputation is concerned, and to bringing in our partners in order to tell Edmonton's story in many ways to many people. And it starts with clear, engaging, creative, and confident communications. And Edmontons deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to our next agenda item, 7.5, Downtown Student Housing Incentive, Executive Committee report. Unfortunately, I had to leave. I wasn't present for that meeting, of that item. So, Councillor Piquet as Vice Chair, can you introduce the item?
Yeah, of
and
course.
Maybe then I can go to Councillor Stevenson as a ward councillor if you want to move it. Yeah.
Yep, so this is actually quite exciting. Everyone, as you know, we've had that debate at Executive Committee about the Downtown Student Housing Incentive, and it passed unanimously, and so here it is in front of Council in order to get the final approval that would empower administration to go out and start this process with developers who I believe are very eager to start providing student housing. So that is what's before us, and I believe the administration is ready for any questions.
Great. Councillor Stevenson, want to move it?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll move that the Downtown Student Housing Incentive, as set out in Attachment 1 of the August 13th, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 03036, be approved. That the payment of any downtown student housing incentive grants be subject to the terms and conditions set out in Attachment 2 of the August 13th, 2020, the aforementioned report, and not exceed 15 million cumulatively from funding allocated by the federal government or the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's Housing Accelerator Fund. And that Attachment 3 of the aforementioned report remain private pursuant to Sections 26, 29, and 32 of the Access to Information Act.
I'll second it. Okay. Councillor Wright, you have exempted this. Please go ahead.
So, and I don't need a presentation. I was able to step in for a bit at Executive Committee to view the presentation. I did have the opportunity to ask some questions of the students. And having reviewed the minutes from that day, because I had to step away as well, I see that there was an amendment in regards to like the market housing, but the rental amount, but I'm still a bit concerned that it's not going to be affordable from a student perspective, because we did hear from the students that they were looking at about $550 to $750. What I was wanting to do, also in the report, it says that the incentive would be up to $30,000 per unit. What I was wanting to do was structure it, or asking, is it structured in a way to incentivize larger units over just a one-bedroom or studio that a student couldn't afford?
So Councillor Wright, the way that our funding agreement with CMHC is structured is such that it's a per door incentive. So looking at it as a per bedroom is not something that we have the ability in the current agreement.
Okay, but that's an agreement that you propose to CMHC to use this funds in this pilot project, correct?
That's correct, and that's one of our complications under the existing structure. Our amendment for our agreement for this funding was put in place before the Provincial Priorities Act was put in place. So to open up that agreement and go back to CMHC would require us to get provincial approval as well at this point in time.
Okay, and what do you think the province's take on that would be? Like, don't they want to see more housing?
Based on their conversations about housing, yes, but until we talk to the province as well as talk to industry about their feedback as well as students. One of the things we did hear from students is their preference towards a one-bedroom. The reason for the up to 30,000 is because there's nothing preventing an application coming in with less. And so the more we can take the funding and spread it, the more we'd be looking favorably on those applications.
Okay, I kind
Councillor Reid, I would just add that time is of the essence to leverage this funds for the Housing Accelerator Fund, because we need a building permit for these units by next year.
Okay.
And so there's some time
Yeah,
constraints
I understand the urgency, but again, with the up to 30,000, is there not room then? Because Alyssa, you'd said that they don't have to take the full 30,000, but come on. I mean, if you're being offered 30,000, you're going to take it, right?
I think that with conversations we've had with our development community, they know there's a competitive aspect to this. And so they know the maximum they can get is up to 30, but how they put and structure their proposals has got to work for their pro formas and also consider all of the different criteria we're looking at. So it is a little bit of both.
Okay, I'd be interested to see any of them come with less than $30,000 being accepted per unit. Yeah, and then the other thing that I'm also wondering about, so when you're doing your analysis, are you taking and sort of prioritizing the proposals that come in, are you taking into account, if one development does have more 2 or 3 bedrooms, to make it more affordable, right? That's what we're after, is the affordable housing.
Yeah, there's many aspects that we're looking at in terms of criteria. We have talked about in the program guides about making applications that indicate that they are suitable for students. So there's many different ways that can be included in an application. Jane, I don't know if or Brett, you're online if you wanted to talk more about those specifics.
Sure. So there's lots of factors in the application that can be considered, including the number of units in the building itself, not just the number of student units, if it's a new build, the mix of how the units are designated for students. So how is the developer proposing that these are student-focused units, how they're advertising to units, how they're connecting with the schools or students directly, lots of other factors, redevelopment factors, and the whole mix will be evaluated, including if they come in under, a competitive edge might be to only take 28,000 per unit. So there's lots of different ways that developers, and we're trying to leave it open to developers to pitch their projects and have them compete against each other a little bit so that they come back with the most effective package possible, which includes all of those factors. So if they decide that the best way to serve students is to have a 4-bedroom shared kitchen type unit, then that's something that they'll consider and they'll do it. But we're trying to let the market decide and let them get to their building permits as quickly as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Right?
Sorry.
If you need a second round, then we will come to.
We'll move another round.
Just hold on, I have a couple of questions. If you take the chair.
I'll take
just
the chair.
quickly. So I just want to make sure this clear that the first funding that we got for the first round of funding that we got from Housing Accelerator Fund, and this 15 million is on top of that because we are pretty close to, we were the preferred municipality because we have been pretty speedy in meeting those needs or the conditions of the housing accelerator.
That's correct.
Right? And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer your question, Mayor. I'm Jeff Koo from the Housing Action Team, and so we are the group that works with the Cross Corporation on all Housing Accelerator Fund projects and action plan initiatives. The original 11 initiatives did not include the student housing initiative. We added 2 more initiatives at our first year annual reporting, and that was because of, again, like you said, our performance was one of the top performing municipalities, one of 27, I believe. And so we were invited to include and ask for additional funding and additional initiatives. And so we included the Downtown Student Housing Initiative as part of that because we heard the need from both the community, from the schools, and the growing downtown community and revitalization.
So it's because of our reputation to deliver.
Yes,
right?
we were exceeding our goals, and therefore we were asked to have this opportunity, and therefore we submitted that.
We got another $15 million. And this fits into our downtown investment plan as well, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. I will move the second round.
Yeah, okay, perfect. That's been seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on another round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. Just quickly, and then going back to the map, the priority locations are, and I don't have it in front of me, are, I think it was the red section, and then if I can recall, I think there was also some discussion at committee about the corridors as well. So those are the top 2 priority areas.
So Councillor Wright, the priority areas were amended at committee to include properties south of, running down 104 to south of Jasper. So that includes everything down by where the new Falcon Towers are and the buildings down south of 104 from Jasper, where there was no discussion of putting the quarters in the priority zone, but quarters projects are eligible to apply.
Okay, so it was expanded a little bit then. Okay, all right, okay. And those will be the ones given priority over even the quarters.
So the
but
housing project in the priority zone will be given priority, yes. The quarters is not in the priority zone, but they are in the eligible zone. So we encourage all applications.
Okay, perfect. That's all I wanted to clarify then. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just add really quickly, Councillor Wright, you had a question and your concerns around affordability. I just wanted to address that too. I couldn't add myself in at the last moment. Affordability is part of the criteria, and that is evaluated against all proposals as well. So if a proponent comes in with proving that they are going below our recommended rate, which is the top max, then they are seen more favorably. So all that, including all the factors around downtown location, around amenities, and assuring that they are putting students in mind, that is where we are evaluating all of it. So affordability is part of that, yes.
Okay, well, since I still have a few minutes, why not? So then the AMRR for a 1-bedroom, or sorry, for a bachelor is $948. Again, that's still above what the students were saying that they could afford.
Yes, we were still trying to balance what would be the downtown rental rates as well, and so the AMRR is calculated based on the entire city-wide, and so that is still more affordable than what the downtown would be. We also looked against what the post-secondary education institutes are offering as rental rates for their residencies, and it is below that mark as well. Ideally, again, if we could make it more affordable, absolutely, but we're trying to balance what is possible performa-wise, but also affordability.
Okay, and a building, because just near the end of my last 5 minutes there, a building can have, it can have 200 units, 100 of them could qualify for the student housing for the $30,000 per unit incentive, and then they can still have another 100 that they can overprice out of the market if they want.
That is designed intentionally to ensure that we could encourage more units being built, but also the opportunity to have performers, again, work better for a mixed market situation. And so deeper subsidies require a little bit more support, and so having more market value as rental rates will support the units that are more heavily subsidized for affordability.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the further clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, we have concluded questions. We have motion on the, oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford. So go ahead. No, go ahead, please, yeah.
Sorry, this just twigged, because in our downtown plan that we endorsed, and I actually had a real struggle with this one of the goals is actually increasing property value downtown, right?
Councillor Rutherford, Tom Gervin, Director, Downtown Economy up here. Hi. One of the goals is centered around economic growth and just, supporting increased demand for downtown.
I'm pretty sure that the report that came to council specifically said one of the goals was increasing property value downtown.
Is one of the targets that we're measuring, and again, increasing that, as a municipality, we don't have control over increasing property values directly, but increasing demand for downtown, so more people, more investment, can have a positive impact on property values.
So Councillor Rutherford, in the context of this program, when you have vacant lots are improved by not being vacant, and so a building would be valued higher than a vacant lot. So that's why preference is to new buildings under this program. So it is in alignment with that goal under the Downtown Action Plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we conclude the questions now. Now to speak. Okay, Councillor Jans.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'll speak in support of this. I think it's really important that we build a lot more housing capacity in the system in the city of Edmonton. I have encountered many homes where they're great single-family detached homes, big yards, big spaces, but they're currently being rented out to 4 or 5 students. If those 4 or 5 students were able to live in right now, I would classify them as overhoused. They have more space than they need, a yard they're not using, and it's unsuitable for their needs or their budget. But if they were able to have more choices, such as what's being contemplated here, closer to school, where they wouldn't have to drive, they wouldn't have to wait for the bus, they wouldn't have to commute, that would free up those additional homes and blocks of those homes to offer family-friendly, affordable housing closer to the core. I think it's really important that we offer housing choices for all ages, wages, and stages of life, and I'm happy to see that we're doing this here. I think sometimes the affordability question is an interesting one. Are they going to be affordable, or how do we classify affordable? But I think it's really important that we look at the students are going to live somewhere, and if they're living here, what are they freeing up elsewhere, and who can take advantage of that? So certainly looking forward to seeing more from here and how this can help improve housing choice and affordability for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson, close.
Just again to thank administration for pulling this together so quickly, and really look forward to the folks who will be applying for this, really looking to maximize the value that we can get out of this incentive. Thank you so much.
All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Before we do that, actually, I'm just going to ask Councillor Hamilton if she voted correctly.
Oh, I did, thanks. Yeah, that was an error.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next one is we're on to the bylaws, right? Okay, let's see. To authorize City of Edmonton to construct, finance, assess. Are there any, we're going to go on to item 8.3, Bylaw 21064. Councillor Rutherford, you exempt. Are there any harm? Are there any opening remarks or?
No, no opening remarks.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I don't have too many questions, but I am going to ask a few questions on behalf of some residents and some of their concerns that have come in. Can you just, again, while it's in the report, walk through the process? I understand that the total, it was 9% when we average out across the whole neighborhood, right? One of the concerns that I've heard though is the potential mail breach having affected that. Would you like to put any record on anything on public record or neighborhood renewal about your confidence in these results in that?
Sure, I think
context?
we did a pretty high-level assessment of the number of pieces of mail that may have gone missing and compared that to the number of petitions that would be required to have a successful petition. And it was very, very unlikely that you would have that number of petitions that would have gone missing with the mail breach to have a successful petition. So we're pretty confident that there wouldn't have been enough petitions within the mail.
And there was an opportunity for anybody who had submitted a petition to check with city if their petition had been received, correct?
I might hand that over to someone from...
That's correct.
Okay. And another question I have on behalf of the residents is just the borrowing rate. Can you explain that a little bit? So we do the borrowing bylaw today. What is the interest rate that residents, can you walk residents through understanding that and how that works?
Sure, yeah. So for local improvements, it's usually a 15-year borrowing we do. Then we put that onto the property tax bill. So it's whatever that rate would be for the 15-year borrowing at the time of borrowing.
So this is where I think, so what is the rate on average, the interest rate?
So the rate on average, I could check what the most current rate is. I think on a 15-year borrowing right now, it's somewhere 4.5%.
And so if I'm understanding correctly and how I've kind of described it to some of my residents, but I want to again ask this question on record right now, is that while we're approving the overall borrowing, the borrowing itself does not happen until the actual construction of that segment. So because Dunluce is broken into 4 distinct years of construction, you would be borrowing for those sidewalks, that 50% sidewalks, at whatever rate is for that construction season. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's why we can't say with definitiveness it's 4.5% for all the sidewalks across the entirety of the thing, because that rate can fluctuate, and that's borrowing from the province, correct?
That's correct. And just to clarify, today's rate is 4.11%.
4.11%, okay. But the property owners at the time that is will have that listed for them what the borrowing rate is
Correct.
in their taxes. It'll be in their tax bill
Yeah, they'll be aware of what the rate is that they're being charged for the local improvement.
at the time that rate is actually applied. So
Yes.
for example, if somebody is expecting construction 2 years down the road, they're not going to see that on their bill until post-construction.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will stop here. We'll come back at 1:30 and carry on with this item. Thank you. Until then, we are on lunch break.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay. All right, we were on item, Dunluce item, right? 8.3. Councillor Rutherford, you concluded your questions. Councillor Principe, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask to administration first. What happens if this would not pass? Does that, obviously, I understand that the work would not be completed, correct?
So if it's not passed, we would have to go back. And so, first of all, in the LI process, there's a petition that can have it not be cost shared. And if it's not cost shared, then the sidewalk doesn't proceed. It would stay in its current state. So I think we'd have to take back and understand if council does not decide to validate or approve the bylaw of the valid LI process, what we would do with that. I think we'd have to take that away and think about that. Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor, if it's not passed?
Yeah, so from my understanding, if a community is not in favor of the project, and let's say, what if they did have a valid petition and it didn't go forward? What would happen then? The
sidewalks wouldn't be redone and they would stay in their current state and maintain the best we could as a city.
For how long?
Until the next renewal in 50 to 60 years, or unless they do 100% local improvement themselves after.
Right, okay. All right, and it is not related at all to, well, I mean, sorry, it is related to the next bylaw. However, they're not dependent upon each other, is that correct?
The bylaws are, I would say, mutually exclusive. The first one is just about local improvement for portions of Dunluce, 4 segments of it, a subset of it. The next bylaw is just around administrative funding amounts that Harm can explain further when the next item's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. With no other questions, we haven't done the first reading yet as of before. Councillor Rutherford, are you willing to move?
Yeah, I'd gladly move first reading.
Fantastic. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
I've got a seconder from Councillor Stevenson. So first reading is now on the floor for that item. Anyone wishing to speak to it? I'm not seeing anyone wishing to speak, so I can go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, I'll be really brief. I'm really glad that we have gotten to this point today. I know back in 2021 when I was first elected and having conversations, so many folks that I talked to in the neighborhood of Dunluce were really concerned about the state of their infrastructure, and I would invite anyone to go and take a look at it now to see where it is. So the fact that when I got elected and I heard that it wasn't in this 4-year budget cycle, with sidewalks literally crumbling, with roads that have weeds sticking out of them, it did not look like many of the other neighborhoods that I'd seen. And that translates in how people feel about their community. So I really heard loud and clear. And then I want to commend administration. I've been following this along closely from the time the draft designs were released. I did some more door knocking and in personal engagement as the councillor, but there was a lot of engagement opportunities. I saw you at pop-up events. I saw you at other things, and I saw a lot of responsiveness, right? The original proposal included having more active mode pathways through what is clearly articulated to the project team, and I know myself that the tree stand there that's lovingly called the Dunluce tree stand, that they have modified and adjusted and removed from the design plan. They also had originally proposed protected bike lane along one of the roads that goes through Dunluce, and that was also removed and refined in the design based on public feedback. So I think where we got to is a place that when I've been talking to residents have reached out to me in recent times. I definitely know there's a stress that we've experienced with neighborhood renewal on the 50-50 cost sharing that's not isolated to Dunluce, but we know that it does have, it is hard for folks on a fixed income to have that being added to their tax roll, and that's something that I know was the case when we approved other borrowing bylaws for neighborhood renewal, and has probably been an ongoing conversation since this program was started. But I was actually expecting to see a higher proportion of residents petition against this. So seeing 9%, and even if there was a mail breach, which I understand, we're very confident that even with that this would not have affected the outcomes, because to get from 9% to 50 plus 1%, even with the number of mail that was breached, not all of it being potentially for this particular petition, that percentage would be really unlikely to hit. So I know that that's a concern that some residents in the community have recently raised to me, but I feel confident because if this was like 45%, I would be asking a lot more questions about that. But with this ratio at 9% for the total petitions received, I'm very confident that the majority of residents in Dunluce do want to see this proceed and are excited for it to proceed. They're excited about more accessibility. They're excited about more traffic calming that will prevent shortcutting, especially as 2 new high schools are slated to be built right in Castle Downs Park, which is also in Dunluce. So I appreciate all the support that I've received from my council colleagues over the course of the last term, especially at the 4-year budget, and helping me advocate and supporting and reinforcing the need for this one to be escalated. And thank you for hopefully supporting again today to see this through, because I know those residents are very excited to start to see shovels in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I do the vote first or introduce our guests and leave us in suspense for? Let's introduce the guests first before we vote. Leave everyone waiting in suspense. Here I am very happy to welcome. So this is a bunch of legislature tour guides. Is that correct? All in the back row there. Fantastic. Their group lead, Marley Ewell, is that right? Hello, nice to see you. I guess technically Ward O'Damon, because that's where the legislature is. So we have that. Can you shout out one legislature fun fact that we don't know? Oh, the last Fort Edmonton demolished in 1915.
Point of order. I knew that already. We said something we didn't know. Sorry.
Course, you Fort Edmonton folks knew that. I love that. I didn't know that, so thank you. I've learned something new, although that's not a stretch for most of my life. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here today. I really appreciate you taking some time. There won't be, hopefully there's no fight at the end to determine which tour guides are better, but I would encourage just respectful behavior towards one another and celebrating. There we go. Well, now we've killed a bit of time.
Parliamentary language only. Right?
That's right. Parliamentary language only here. Mayor Sohi made it just in time for the vote. This is why we introduced the guests. So please, we're going to do first, we're voting on first reading of item 8.3. Please vote.
Okay.
just waiting on 2 votes.
Just trying to keep you in suspense. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
I'm returning the chair.
Okay, it is carried. Who moved it? Second reading?
I'll move second reading.
Seconded by?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move third and final reading of Bylaw 21064 to authorize the City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and assess sidewalk reconstruction local improvements in the Dunluce neighborhood.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are next on to Bylaw 21265 to amend Bylaw 20394, City of Edmonton Integrated Infrastructure Services Project, Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Approach 3, Amendment Number 1, exempted by Councillor Rutherford. Are there any remarks or comments? Nothing, harm? We can go to questions, okay. All right, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think I pulled this one just because in talking to my few colleagues before this meeting and even in my own reading of it, it is a bit confusing, especially attachment 2, because it looks like we're increasing the borrowing for the active transportation by 89 million, which I don't think is the intent of this. So can you just, in plain language, walk through what this bylaw is doing?
Yeah, for sure. So what the bylaw is doing is it's, so moving back to the spring SCBA, there was a budget reallocation from the active transportations, the bike lanes profile, to the Dunluce neighborhood profile of $430,000. So what this bylaw is doing is just confirming their reallocation, showing that the borrowing has now changed to include the Dunluce project. The borrowing bylaw that we do for the province, the MGA actually requires us to put the full cost of all projects that have any borrowing related to them. So the total cost of the projects that are within the bylaw has now increased to include Dunluce of $89 million. The total borrowing authority that we're borrowing between the projects is still $100 million. So it's a reallocation of the $100 million between two projects.
So why do we have, because I feel like that would be so confusing for the public. Like, I know we've talked about how sometimes our reports are so inaccessible. Why are we required, like if it's a simple transference from that profile to reflect that 430,000 is now debt borrowed for that specific portion of the project in the Dunluce neighborhood renewal, why do we have to increase the total envelope for the active acceleration? Like, why do we have to reflect the total project cost in that?
Right. So yeah, I don't disagree with you that it's a confusing way to do it. It's required by the MGA. So whenever you borrow for a project that has debt financing as a part of it, in the bylaw you have to state the total cost of that project, which often exceeds the borrowing amount because there's other funding sources in that project as well. And so any project that has that borrowing in it, and now Dunluce has $430,000 of that tax-supported debt in it, you have to state the total project cost within the borrowing bylaw. So it's a requirement under the MGA.
someone find the total, like, would there be a spot that's accessible for folks to find the total budget for the Dunluce neighborhood renewal, and what other of that budget, what is coming from other funding sources and what's coming from the neighborhood renewal dedicated fund?
I think I can add in Harm here. I think in Harm's report, attachment 2, the last page, tries to identify that as a summary table. It shows which is coming out of the neighborhood program and which is the active transportation.
But it's just for that. Isn't there other composites that are also feeding into the neighborhood renewal?
Yeah, there's an attachment.
But they're not borrowing.
Correct.
That's right.
That's right. So this just shows a summary of what's borrowing and what's not, as to Harm's point. And you're right, I agree it's confusing, but it's an MGA requirement. So you're right, it's embedded pretty deep. Page 5 of attachment 2 shows it, but understand your point.
And so, but if I understand this correctly, the total budget, project budget for the neighborhood renewal in Dunluce is roughly 89 million.
Yes, just over 89 million.
Just over 89 million.
Yep.
And that 89 million includes what we just passed in 8.3, which was 4.3 million.
That's correct.
And then it would include the 430 from this composite if we approve this bylaw.
That's correct.
And then other composites, if there's, sometimes you get even stuff from EPCOR or whatnot, right? Is that?
And right now, that 89 would be inclusive of all of those
inclusive of all of
Correct.
those, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Rutherford, attachment 3 to the bylaw includes the full capital profile for the Dunluce project,
Okay.
and it includes all those different funding sources you just went through.
So that's exactly, so if residents wanted to find out the total budget and anything that are feeding into it, they could go to attachment 3 in this agenda package.
Yes, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So for the mature neighborhoods, sidewalk safety is really important. So that is why I support it for the sidewalks and in these neighborhoods, and for some reconstruction to improve that safety and for the residents. I do have a question regarding the Bylaw money from active transportation, that $100 million bike line spending. If we move the money out of there, and then is this common principle? That means any mature neighborhood who needs certain sidewalks reconstruction or neighborhood renew could apply the same principle and from this $100 million.
So this $100 million is related to the active transportation deficit profile. So it's not being moved for sidewalks, it's being reallocated for active transportation.
I know that. My question is, if any other mature neighborhoods needs a sidewalk reconstruction, is the same principle will be used to borrow the money or reallocate the money from this $100 million?
No, you could not take money from the active transportation profile for sidewalk reconstruction.
But how about this one? What's the difference here?
So I think you might be confusing this with the bylaw before, which was for sidewalk reconstruction, the local improvement bylaw. This one is reallocating money from the active transportation pathways profile for active transportation work happening in the Dunluce neighborhood. So same type of work, just reallocating it amongst the profiles.
Or maybe I'll let Jen supplement. It's an add-on. It's beyond the neighborhood program for additional work that ties to the active transportation work. So Jen, do you want to clarify more?
Sure, I can step in here. Yeah, just to be clear, this funding is used for a shared pathway that's been prioritized by the active transportation folks to be done in coordination with Dunluce. It's along 127th Street, which is an arterial road outside of the neighborhood. So this is not for work within the neighborhood, but similar to other neighborhood renewal projects, if we find work that we can coordinate with the project, we'll do so for efficiencies if appropriate prioritization and funding is available at that time.
Okay, so if it's a similar situation and if the funding available and then could be used. Thank you. So thank you. That's answer my question. And then the next question, and how much money we already spent in this $100 million? And how much available left?
Pascal, I don't know if you're online or if you might have that information.
I would just need a minute to pull the latest memo. What I can say is that so we sent a memo to council in the spring talking about the program and where we're heading. And so there'll be a memo at the end of the construction season sharing as well where we're at with the funding spent. But approximately at this point in time, it would be about 50% spent or committed. And we're working towards achieving the rest of the program in 2026. And so the objective is to have the $100 million spent by the end of 2026. But at this point in time, I would kind of estimate it around 50 million, but you'll have a better update at the end of the construction season.
Okay, so looking for that information, and because from spring trying now, and it's already about 4 months past, the number should be different. If that is the case, any money reallocated from this $100 million to the neighborhood renew project, does this impact our repayment interest? Because I recall for the $100 million, we have different timeline for the repayment. So can somebody comment on that as well? And how this impacted that repayment period and repayment interest?
Maybe I'll start, Councillor Rice, and I'll let Harm jump in. So this is just leveraging the fact that we're in the area of Dunluce, and there's also an active transportation.
And is there any impact? I just, I'm sorry, I have to consider my time. Is this impact there? And because any impact on the interest repayment will impact our next year's operating budget as well?
I would say not anything beyond what we had always planned, because this is part of the active transportation implementation that was always planned from this source, which is Deppboro. So it's just part of that plan that was always there, would be my answer.
Okay, thank you. My time is out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Are there any other questions? All right, no. We have, oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move?
I can move first reading.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Okay, Councillor Rutherford to close.
Nothing
Okay,
further.
please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
I'll display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
This bylaw is for first reading only.
Oh,
first,
sorry,
yeah.
apologize.
That's done first reading. We are on to bylaw 21244, animal care and control bylaw. Councillor Rutherford. There's some things needs to be changed, right? Or the folks are coming down. All right, Councillor Rutherford, you exempted this.
Sorry, just to order, do you want me to just put a motion on the floor? Or do you want me to
Let me
introduce the
see.
item from committee first?
Oh, this came from the committee. Okay. Okay. And there was some, just go ahead. We want to make the introduction?
Yeah, this was the second time animal care and control bylaw was at committee this year. We had it first in June, and then the finalized bylaw came to Community and Public Services Committee last week. There was a robust discussion, and committee chose to bring this up for recommendation for approval to council today, with one sort of, I guess, piece that was a little bit more nuanced. So we did have a speaker come to the meeting, and I think shared some stories. And it's not for me the first person that shared stories about pigeons and the impact it's having on the quality of life. So we didn't want to necessarily stop the bylaw from going forward and refer it back, because we know it's very timely with other things that are in the bylaw around like the progressive dog bites and those kind of fines. So what was recommended at committee was to just allow the city manager to have authority to be a little bit flexible and adaptable with that based on nuisance for pigeons. Because that was an amendment, I would need to put that on the floor now to debate, because it wasn't, because we have the official wording of what the amendment would be now. And other than that, I think committee in consensus really thinks that this is a good bylaw, and it really addresses a lot of concerns from Edmontonians about animal welfare.
Okay. So what is the motion that will be put?
It's in the report. I'll put it on the floor now.
Okay, but can you please? Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
so
go.
I'll move that bylaw 21244 be amended by deleting and replacing section 35(4) with 35(4). The city manager may impose conditions on a license to keep or have pigeons. And 35(5), a licensee may appeal the decision of the city manager to refuse to issue, revoke, or impose conditions on a license issued under the section within 14 days pursuant to the provisions of the Community Standard and License Appeal Committee Bylaw, Bylaw 19003.
Second?
Councillor Principe? Okay. Councillor Principe seconded it, okay. Okay, now you can make the, I know you did introduce it, but
I
you.
feel like I
Yeah.
did if
Yeah.
you, I know it seems silly that we're talking about pigeons, but I think even though we realize that there's not a lot of pigeon license, I think committee learned that pigeons can have a big impact. And while it didn't really come up in engagement, I think that doesn't mean we still don't need to take a little bit of a further look. So I wanted to do this again, not stopping the bylaw from going through in its totality. I will have a subsequent, so we can talk more about pigeons shortly after this bylaw is passed.
Okay, all right. Any questions? If not, we can vote on this. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Yeah, I can move first reading of the bylaw.
Second?
Okay, please. Anyone want to speak to this? No? No? Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
That is carried.
Yeah, I'll move second reading.
Second?
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second?
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of Bylaw 21244, Animal Care and Control Bylaw,
Second?
Please vote.
as amended.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, you have a subsequent?
Yes, I do, that I alluded to. I move that administration review the intersection of the following bylaws: business licensing, zoning, and animal care and control on the licensing and regulations of pigeons within city limits, and provide a report to committee highlighting challenges and opportunities and any recommended amendments to aforementioned bylaws.
Second.
We'll get it on the screen.
We'll get it on the screen, and can we get a proposed due date?
Q2 2026.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now can you make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so again, at the committee, it became clear that this isn't just one bylaw that needs to be looked at in conjunction to pigeons, though I think that one thing is that it's clear that, you know, there is a business element to this. We learned that a racing pigeon goes for quite a pretty penny, and we only charge $15 to license 75 pigeons. $15 for all 75 pigeons, but a pigeon can sell for almost $3,000. And they are being sold for $3,000. So there is a business potential component. I'm not saying that will change anything. We also heard a lot of concern about where there was actually land use challenges, where pigeons are the coops are being built in people's backyards and they're not having proper setbacks. And when residents are calling in complaints to 311, they're getting relegated to animal care and control when they're actually a zoning issue. And so I just thought, you know, as a representative for a few of the residents in my ward that have reached out over my 4 years of my tenure with problems with pigeons, that this was worth a discussion and a discussion with these three things and how they may or may not intersect. So nothing may come out of this in terms of further action, but I think it's definitely worth a discussion about.
Okay. All right, any questions, colleagues? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we're done with 8.5. We are going in camera, Councillor. Okay.
I will move that we go in camera, subject to to deal with item 9.3, and then that should take us to item 9.2 after the break, and that is subject to sections 19, 29, 32, 20, and 29 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
All right. Are we back in public?
We are, and we can deal with the motion for
Okay.
9.3.
All right, so before we put the motion on the floor, I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Wright was absent from this meeting with notice. Thank you. Who would like to move the motion?
I can move that the August 11th, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report ELS 03171 be received for information, and that the aforementioned verbal report remain private pursuant to sections 19, 29, and 32 of the Access to Information Act.
Okay. Second by Councillor Paquette. Right, okay, please vote.
Just waiting for one vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. 10.1. Tax forgiveness options for Alberta Craft Council. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I am pleased to put this motion on the floor. So I'll move that administration provide a report to Executive Committee providing background and outlining the tax forgiveness options for the Alberta Craft Council, account 3170503, for the 2023 taxation year.
Okay, you moved it. Need a seconder? I can second it. Okay. I'll second it. Go ahead, please make the introduction.
Yeah, thank you very much. I brought this forward motion. I brought forward this motion on behalf of the Alberta Craft Council, which is a nonprofit organization that operates in our city and provides a wonderful service to local artisans from Edmonton and across the province. There was an error that was made in 2023, which was rectified in 2024. However, the amount owing in 2023 was never resolved, and as it's now a few years away, it doesn't fall under our policy for automatic correction. The intention here is just to get a bit more information about the status. Again, just hearing all sides of the story from our city administration, and then hopefully helping to make them whole for that time. Again, they are a nonprofit. They have always been eligible to be exempt, and it seems that there was just an error that occurred in 2023. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions, colleagues? I don't see any questions. We have a motion on the floor.
Can we insert a due date before you?
Yes, I would look to administration to advise on what would be workable for them.
I think we could do the standard 13 weeks, but Anton's on his way here, so perhaps sooner.
Well, if we put 13 weeks, I believe that enables you to come back earlier.
Yeah, we would bring it as soon as we can.
Great. So why don't we say Q4 2025? Is that?
Given the conversation we had this morning, why don't we put Q1 2026 if this is intending to come back to Executive Committee?
Gotcha, of course.
Okay. All right, Q1 2026. Okay. Lee.
Sorry, actually, with that due date, and I apologize that we don't have our full delegation, I understand that there is some urgency as it's been outstanding for a number of years, and there is discussion of putting a lien on the property. I was just wondering if there is a possibility of suspending any further actions pending this report coming back. I'm recognizing that there's a bit of a break here.
Sorry, Council, I've just arrived. Can you just restate the question?
Yes, of course. Thank you for joining us. So we're just discussing the Alberta Arts Council, Alberta Craft Council. We were discussing a due date. Given that Executive Committee is likely not meeting until the first quarter of 2026, we were going to suggest that as a due date. the only flag that I raised was regarding some of the actions that are being taken right now in terms of a potential lien on the property. So will administration suspend some of those activities or further penalties until this report comes back? Or should we just aim to have the report come back sooner?
So what I'd say is at this point in time, the property has already been caveated. It's already on the title.
Okay.
Penalties continue to accrue, though that is, in this sense, a bit of administrative action. There's no further legal implications for the property until September of 2026, when that would be the point at which, if there's still no action at that time, we would go into a tax sale proceeding. So likely a first quarter 2026 should be sufficient to address any issues. If there is forgiveness provided at that time, we can address any penalties that accrued over the period of time at that time. Of course, we always encourage property owners to pay upfront, and we would do the same in this situation, so that because council's action is not guaranteed, and so better that they pay upfront. But I think in terms of your immediate question about timelines, we will be okay.
Great. I really appreciate it. That sounds like a good approach then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Maybe just some quick question, because we've had a few of these, and I know a lot more details will come forward in this report, but is this like error related to paperwork or missed mail or anything like that? Maybe to the mover?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the Alberta Craft Council has emails that they believe they had sent and communicated within the appropriate deadlines to contest the tax bill. There's disagreement about whether those were received from the city, so I think at a high level just some miscommunication, potentially some missed correspondence, but certainly focus and diligence being undertaken by the Alberta Craft Council.
Okay, and then the interest that's accruing is just on that 1 year, like it's not rolling over.
Yes, so my understanding, which again can be clarified, is that they typically don't have any taxes owing because they are exempt, and so it is just the 2023 amount.
I see. Anton, do you have a scale of like what we're talking about here? Just
The current outstanding balance is in about the $10,000 range.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any other questions? Okay. We're ready to vote. Councillor Stevenson, you want to conclude? You just vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 10.2, Urban Reserve in Blatchford. Councillor Briquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration invite Cahuon Cree Nation to work together to outline the next steps in establishing an urban reserve in Blatchford to serve as an economic and cultural zone, and provide a report to committee that includes the following. 1, a business case prepared by Cahuon Cree Nation that outlines a detailed plan for the potential land in the Blatchford development. 2, analysis of policy considerations, exemptions necessary to facilitate a land transfer, Blatchford development, including consideration for below market land transfer. 3, an overview of the potential impact to the Blatchford development, including impact to the vision, impact to the operations and sustainability of the Blatchford district energy system, the area redevelopment plan, anticipated revenue impact to the development pace, sustainable goals, and others. And 4, identification of potential timelines and any further recommendations and considerations in order to advance an urban reserve in the Blatchford development, due date Q1 2026.
Thank you, Councillor Briquette. Seconder, I can second it. Oh, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Second.
Councillor Stevenson, yeah. Ward Councillor, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, thank you. Okay, Councillor Briquette, do you want to make the introduction?
Yeah, I'll make the introduction. This is an opportunity that was brought to us from Cahuon, and they have a potential plan or vision, and they would love to explore this with the City of Edmonton. It's in keeping with our reconciliation goals, and I believe that it actually got some conversation with Treaty 6, and there was support for this in Treaty 6 as well. And so what this asks for is just to engage in these conversations and see what next steps could look like, and then come to council with a potential plan. Yep, that's the introduction.
Thank you, Councillor Piquet. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my questions were answered. I just wanted to ask the mover, why is it specifically Blatchford, or is there any other option of looking anywhere else, or is it only for Blatchford? Why only Blatchford?
This was the opportunity that was brought to us by Pigeon, and they have initial plans already of what it could look like, and so they would like to present those plans first before any conversation about an alternate. And so one of the reasons that they had was that it is land that we've got a very long timeline for development, and they could help accelerate that development for one thing, and for another, they want to align with the Blatchford goals when it comes to energy and walkability and things like that. And the last reason they gave is because one of their visions is with the stormwater pond is to have a little bit of that, utilize that as part of any potential development, and because Edmonton actually doesn't have anything like that at all. And last, because it was previous airport land, they felt that the symbolism was really fitting. The Kihuan in Cree means eagle. And so it was a way for people to take flight again here in the city of Edmonton.
Wow. Okay. Because the reason I asked that is because I wasn't sure if there was another opportunity somewhere in the city where we would be able to move along faster. But it sounds like there's already been a lot of work put into Blatchford specifically, right?
Conceptual work.
Yeah,
and this
conceptual,
would be the next step.
but it's not like it's specifically being Blatchford, it won't slow down the progress.
Right,
correct?
and I think that this is probably the first of many things that will come to Edmonton as economic opportunities in the near future, as I believe Treaty 6 members are starting to take this concept quite seriously about how they can add to the economic vibrance of our city.
Right, sorry, I just mean specifically it being in Blatchford as opposed to anywhere
Yeah, like
else.
if after these conversations, it doesn't look like that's probably the appropriate place, I think there's probably room for more conversation. Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
I guess to administration. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. To administration. On point 2, an analysis of policy considerations, exemptions necessary to facilitate a land transfer. Are we also going to include an analysis of the Blatchford business case itself? So I know we have a business case for the urban reserve, but the business case for Blatchford was on the assumption of selling the land in Blatchford. So I would want to know the impact of that.
Yeah, Tom is on the line too, and I believe point 3 would include that analysis. Potential impacts to Blatchford would include the implications to that whole foundation and business case as well.
Okay. Okay, as long as it would be covered somewhere in this report generation.
Understood.
Yeah.
And it will be. Yeah, it's all part and parcel of the Blatchford development. So.
Okay. And I thought that, okay, I guess to the mover, like we've had a few reports come forward, and the most recent one in my recollection was actually work progressing with Treaty 8. So I guess how does this complement or, procedurally, how does this create, I just want to make sure we're not procedurally doing anything that would exclude any of the other work we're doing.
Oh, that's to me. Okay. I would say that we can do many things at once, and we don't actually have a procedure for this right now, per se. this would probably be the beginning of these kinds of conversations. And so that's why, it has all of these points in it, because there's a lot to consider here and a lot of opportunity for the city of Edmonton as far as economic expansion. So I think that if this is the thing that gets it moving, and it is, then probably that's our great first step toward economic reconciliation and benefit for the city of Edmonton.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree that we can do two things at once. I think my line of questioning is more around, how for a lot of other things, and I know this would be a very different structure than some of our colonial structures, but like, let's say we talk about surplus school sites, where or let's actually talk about the Africa Center, for example. Like, one of the things that we heard as a caution from administration was simply having one group identified rather than putting it out to to groups to identify interest in that space.
Right, and that's a very good question. I think that because this was initiated by Kihuen First Nation, they wanted to have that discussion. And generally, as urban reserves have worked in other cities, it's not sort of they set aside land and say who wants it. It's more of like a nation to municipality discussion about, we have interest, does this interest you as well? And maybe we want to create a different format, but so far we don't have one, so this is what's before us now.
But would we have any other nations that would also say that they would have interest in the Blatchford area?
And if they do, they should come forward. But again, this was talked about with Treaty 6, and there was support for this among all the nations, as far as I understand.
Is that who had so this motion was discussed with? Yeah, so this potential motion, or the approaching of this opportunity came through IRO?
It did, and we have spoke with some of the other nations. They are not all in favor. However, the ultimate decision around the reserve creation process and the addition to reserve creation process, it lies with the federal government. And so once the First Nation has come forward and they can express interest to the municipality and tell us that they're interested.
Okay.
And we can have that conversation about the land. But once they submit their application to the federal government, then the federal government at that point will issue notification and begin that conversation with the nations.
So it's actually not an agreement that the municipality has a significant role in. It's still more of a federal to nation?
At that level, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I have a similar line of questioning just around intergovernmental. So maybe to the mover, is there something I'm not seeing in this is just potentially around conversations and like an analysis of intergovernmental dynamics, I suppose, that would come back as part of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that should be a separate motion if it's going to happen. Simply because, as was stated, like this is between a nation and the municipality saying is their interest, and then if there is interest, then it goes to the federal government, and that's the body that actually makes the ultimate decision. And as far as the intergovernmental, if we want to create that larger platform and the larger policy, then I think that is probably not the worst idea, and it should be its standalone motion. But in the meantime, absent of something like that, if we say no to this today, what happens is that opportunity disappears because we weren't willing to at least take a look at it. Like, it's literally just a conversation at this point. And
for sure, I think
I'll just add one other thing. While there may not be unanimity in Treaty 6 about this, and we will hear about that, we also have to respect the fact that our partners are also distinct and independent. And so for us to get a little bit too prescriptive out of the gate means that we are, like, essentially we need to respect that independence and respect that if it was another entity and not a nation coming with a similar kind of concept, we wouldn't be worried too much about what all the other similar kind of industries we're thinking about, but we would want to engage with that. Does that make sense?
I think that when we're considering below market sales, when we're considering, for lack of a better word, and again, I don't mean this derogatorily, but preferential treatment, because that's what a below market sale would be. I think that consideration of how that's viewed equitably among others that are maybe have similar interests. So I take your point, and it's maybe a question to administration. So in this body of work, do you think there is scope that when this analysis comes back to us, that we can have that fuller picture or an understanding of potential implications?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, part of the if it's going to be entering into below market, we're going to have to do that assessment of what those implications would be, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, and again, it just makes me wonder. So there's two threads. I think I'm open to the idea of below market. I think that we have some pretty rigorous policies around when we provide below market sale, and it's at this point I believe fairly narrowly focused on housing. So again, does it make sense for this decision to be made within a broader framework where we have a consistent policy? And so again, is that a separate body of work that requires a motion? The other, but before going down that road, I'm also wondering, I know in the past, when a similar idea has been bounced around, there was discussion that it's potentially funding from the federal government that helps actually cover the cost of the land. Are those opportunities, or are there precedents for that?
We have heard that there is a potential funding program, but it has not been launched to make up for the component of below market sale. And I do think it's important to consider that there is precedent in this motion, and that we do have relationship to other Treaty 6 and other nations. We do work with 32 Indigenous governments for the purposes of consultation and engagement, so Kihiwin is one of those nations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just trying to think of ensuring that we have consistency with decisions around below market sales, so that there is a fairness for everyone. But I'm hearing that there's an opportunity for that to be part of this work when it comes back to us. Yeah.
Councillor Chris Hodgson, online, yes, absolutely. And we will outline the policy considerations and how they apply within the context of the other relationships that we have at the city in relation to below market sales.
Great. So again, the policy considerations could be potentially the need for a broader policy or a refined policy around below market sales. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack, can you? Oh,
Nope.
No,
but I'll
can't.
move
You
we go into
can't.
private.
I know. Okay, we got to. So let's just stop here, because I do have some questions that I need to ask. Right. So we'll take a break here.
No, but it will move to go into private because we
Yeah.
have the 345 time
345,
specific.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll move for sections 20, 29. There you go.
Okay.
Just waiting for 3 votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We shall be back at 3:45. Hold on.
We will put it up on the screen for you.
Are we back in public?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that the Edmonton Police Commission recruitment profile is set out in attachment 1 of the August 19th, 2025 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 03138 be approved. That the Edmonton Police Commission recruitment strategy as set out in attachment 2 of the aforementioned report be approved. And that the aforementioned report remain private pursuant to sections 20 and 29 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jack. We've got everybody. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are back to 10.2.
We might just need to give a moment for our delegation to come back downstairs.
Okay.
I've sent them a note.
Okay, we are back. And we are on 10.2, Urban Reserve in Blatchford. A motion from Councillor Brickett. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair? I just have
I have the chair.
kind of, this is to folks in the IRO. Look, we have a very obligatory and robust relationship as well, right, with many First Nations communities through the letter of understanding, MOUs that we have signed. So when we engage with one particular First Nations community, for example, in this case with Pigeon, but we also engage with the other communities as well, right, or for other First Nations as well, right? Just want to know how would that, walk me through what that engagement could be, and particularly our neighboring First Nation, Enoch.
Yeah, I can start and maybe then turn it over to Robin, who's also in the IRO. When it comes to urban reserves, we encourage applicant nations, including the one we talked about from Treaty 8, to speak to our MOU partners, including Confederacy and Enoch. In terms of consultation, that work is the duty of the Crown, and so they do that when it comes to an addition to reserve. So if Pigeon were to get to the place to an ATR application, in order to receive that ministerial order, ISC would have to do that formal consultation in a 90-day period, and letters are sent to all of the nations with traditional territory claim in Edmonton, which would not include Confederacy because they're non-rights holding, but it would include all of their members, and it also includes the Métis Nation of Alberta as well.
So there's a regulatory process that federal government requires the applicant to, a First Nation applicant to engage with other, but on our side, like we always encourage. In the case of Tall Cree, for example, like they engaged with First Nations in Treaty 6 Confederacy, I don't know if they would engage with, I think they also engage with Enoch. Can't remember now, but I think that's kind of, we always say that. Kind of when I met with the chief as well, I just stressed that point too. I think we always stress that point, right? Okay, great. That's great. That's all you needed to know, that there's a communication there that we encourage. Okay, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, that's it. I'll take the chair back. All right, we are ready to vote on this motion. To speak, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just want to say thanks to the mover for bringing this forward. I think it's exciting on many levels. Having a partner interested in taking on a large chunk of the Blatchford neighborhood is exciting, and I think there's an opportunity to ensure that the sustainability principles of the neighborhood are upheld in a really exciting way. At the same time as meeting our climate goals, it's also an opportunity for us to continue working as a partner, as outlined in our Indigenous framework. So those are really exciting opportunities to me. I think it's also a great, I think that we'll learn so many things from this first process that can help inform policies moving forward, so that we are able to work with many different nations to advance these types of projects. I think we learn best by doing, and this is a great opportunity to do exactly that. So thanks again. I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair? Just want to say, I'm really looking forward to this conversation as well, right? And Councillor Piquet and I met with Chief Vernon Watchmaker a few months ago, and they brought this opportunity to our attention, and here we are talking about this motion. So I think just this can get the ball rolling on further conversations, and it's going to require a lot of additional conversations as well. But I think this is a very, very good start in exploring these kind of creative activities to create economic growth opportunities and more housing, obviously, which is badly needed, particularly from First Nations perspective and the needs of many First Nations here, members here in the city. So really want to thank Councillor Paquette, taking on that leadership role on this and bringing it forward and initiating this conversation. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Paquette to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've got to return the praise as far as leadership. It's truly the mayor's relationships that he has built over many years that have helped to make a lot of these types of things possible. And frankly, if I can get a little personal, I can see when he walks into a room that people who know him and have worked with him, their faces light up, and in the mayor, they see someone who they can trust, who gets things done, and who they consider a true partner. So, yeah, this is, again, this is the beginning of a conversation, and if it goes well, I mean, this could be an example of economic reconciliation, and the type where all parties benefit, and that's really what it should look like, and what it can look like, and we can be a municipality that exemplifies that. Edmonton takes the lead in so many different areas. We're not really going to take the lead on this one, but we can still move forward, and maybe there's some interesting and creative things that we can do in partnership that does become nation leading. And we have so many different Indigenous nations and partners around us that if we can open the door to these kinds of opportunities that come in front of us, there is so much economic benefit and reconciliation benefit that can happen that will benefit First Nations communities. It can mean jobs for youth. It can mean people breaking generational chains as they get more opportunity and more belonging. And as well, this is sort of a potential way to reverse some of the very destructive policies of the past where First Nations were moved away from municipalities, which caused enormous amounts of economic strife and turmoil in those communities. And if we can in some small way start to reverse that process, then we can start to reverse some of the very profound issues that we see in our streets every day, but also create more constructive relationships and get Canada through our small Edmontonian place moving toward what should have been in the first place when treaties were signed and when Europeans first came to this continent, and that is where we walk together, where we build together. And if this could be the potential start of something like that, I say let's plant that seed.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next one is Bylaw XXXXX, amendments to public spaces, Bylaw 20700. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about this. I thought that we debated this already, and I just need to get clarification for that, because I remember Councillor Wright had extremely good questions about it. Yeah.
No, it's not actually.
It isn't.
No. The notice of motion you gave was that administration prepare amendments to allow for the designation of spaces in City of Edmonton recreation facilities where photography and the use of electronic devices.
This is the other one. Okay, that's why.
That was
we
the
had
notice
two
you
of
gave.
them. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'll read that in then, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
That administration prepare amendments to the Community Standards Bylaw, Bylaw 14600, to require all unsolicited printed material. Nope, that's the wrong one. I've still got the wrong one in my notes. Do you mind putting it up on the screen?
Let's put it up on the screen for you.
Yeah, thank you. There it is. That's why I was confused, because coming up in my notes was that one. I was confused, believe it or not. That administration prepare amendments to Public Spaces Bylaw 20700 to allow for the designation of spaces in City of Edmonton recreation facilities where photography and the use of electronic devices with cameras is prohibited. Due date, I'm not sure, but I think it's probably okay to say Q2 2026.
Okay, I will second that. You want to make the introduction, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, so this arises from some issues that we've been having at various rec centers, Clairview definitely in particular, where we were getting reports of individuals taking either photographs or videos at public pools using things like Snapchat, so that when you go and say, oh, maybe we should delete those photos, you can't see them. And parents get very justifiably concerned by this. And so we have to find a way to balance the security and safety and privacy of people who are using public facilities with the very allowable way of taking photographs of events and things like that. So that's why this is in front of us, so we can find that correct balance that gives comfort to parents with little ones, but also allows the very allowable use of photography at appropriate times.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, that was going to be my question. Are we forbidding photography in its entirety?
Yeah, and I would say no. I think that this is like the attempt to find that correct balance.
Okay, because from my understanding, sometimes people rent it out for birthday parties.
Yeah.
So they should be allowed to take a picture of their child, with their birthday cake or something. So is that understood by administration that there would be some, it's not about, although I agree with this. I agree with this bylaw. Is there any flexibility, or how will that be addressed?
Maybe I'll jump in, Councillor Mike Gunther here from Legal. I expect me and my team will probably be preparing the amendments for this. We considered a few options in terms of what Councillor Paquette was proposing and tried to come up with a way where we could designate spaces. And I think there's some flexibility in that as opposed to saying spaces X, Y, and Z are always no-go zones for photography, that there is an ability to post signs at different times or take those down. So that we thought might give us some more flexibility, that if there are times when, say, a pool is being used for a Olympic qualifying event where the media or where photography is very to be expected, the signs could come down. Whereas if there is signs posted during regular kids swimming hours or something, that might not be an appropriate time for photography to take place. So we'll work at that, and we'll try and come up with something that reflects the spirit of what Councillor Paquette was looking for, but that all of council will hopefully find to be acceptable.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor, I just add, it's Roger Chevney. We do have guidelines now, and they're posted online, and we have procedures for our staff around what's appropriate and not. They're just not embedded in the bylaw, so we can certainly work to take those guidelines, review them, refine them, and as appropriate, embed them into the bylaw.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the intent of this. I guess one of my questions to administration is did you recommend this as a bylaw amendment, or this sounds more like, is it so that we can give issuance of tickets? Because if it's I think, for example, transit, we already have policies on photography in our transit spaces, don't we? Like the policy levers as opposed to the bylaw levers.
Yeah, and Councillor, I can comment on this. This didn't come by way of a recommendation from administration, but the moving councillor did reach out and engage legal in advance of this. Are there levers that we have right now? Yes, absolutely. There is the ability, there's some conduct that would actually cross the line into criminal behavior like voyeurism, or in certain spaces in rec facilities where it would be absolutely inappropriate and illegal to be taking pictures. In other contexts, though, we would respond by way of a ban from the facility or take action under our policies. Does this fill a need? I'm not aware of situations where, I'm aware of situations, I'll say, where there has been inappropriate behavior, but whether or not this is necessary, I can't comment, because ultimately I'm not as in tune in terms of the on-the-ground experiences of those who may be using the rec centers.
Thank you. I guess to the mover then, why are you seeing this desire to make this an amendment to the bylaw as that we just comprehensively reviewed and did a bunch of work on? Bylaws just usually have a lot more stickiness to them and are not as nimble as policies or standard operating procedures, and it sounds like they're already in use. So just I'm wondering what gap we're trying to fill here and if this is the best lever.
Yeah, I think the reason is I was hearing a lot of concern from parents that perhaps just the policy wasn't enough that we've got, and that they wanted something very specific for rec centers, especially given the sensitivity of the issue. And this is in response to that, being responsive to what I'm hearing from community. Otherwise, I would never bring it forward, because I actually largely agree with your point there. So, but I'm finding more and more this ends up in my mailbox, and so it seems to be an increasing area of concern specifically for rec centers. And so to have language specifically for rec centers is something that would probably bring comfort to those folks, and B, kind of sends a signal to others if this gets any sort of press or whatever, or they get engaged with by any of our enforcement, our bylaw enforcement officers or peace officers, to let them know, like, this is absolutely prohibited, not just in the bylaw, but specifically even in rec centers and pools, and especially in rec centers and pools.
But I think that's the thing that I'm grappling with is like, I want to support this because I hear the concern and I'm concerned too. It's just, for example, I think there's so much situational context. Like, what about when a kid has a birthday party in a pool, right? Like, this is like, I feel like writing this into the bylaw is challenging, to say the least, for administration in a way that would still be allow for that context.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely. So that's why this isn't directing administration to change the bylaw. It's to prepare potential amendments that then we can take a look at and say, is this reasonable? Is this something that we want to pursue? If not, then we won't. But if it is, then we can go ahead with that and the work will be done. And folks who are concerned will know that we are responsive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, to speak. To close. Councillor Fouquet, no. Let's vote, please.
Just waiting for one vote.
Display,
have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 10.4, downtown investment. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, initiate conversations with the Government of Alberta on the second phase of provincial funding to bring parity between Edmonton and Calgary related to downtown investment and provide a verbal report to City Council in third quarter of 2025.
Okay, Councillor.
Second?
Oh, Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Thank you so much. Can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Knack?
Certainly. Obviously, we just got through a fairly lengthy conversation before the break around funding for our downtown and the expansion of the CRL. As was discussed throughout that meeting, we have not yet achieved parity, and so just making sure that that process is initiated. We don't want anyone to forget that there had already been that commitment made by the Premier to be fair between the two cities, and I don't think anyone's going to forget, but we should put it on the books and allow the mayor to begin those conversations formally. So that just really gets this process started more formally.
Thank you. The exact word was ruthlessly fair to the city of Edmonton. Say this to Edmonton, right? So good. Okay. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is that my understanding that there has been no discussion with our intergovernmental or with the mayor? Councillor, I guess I'm posing this question to the mover. Like, have you had discussion with the mayor about if he has had discussion with the government?
Yeah, so from the previous conversations, I know this has been raised by our administration numerous times, and the mayor has also raised it both, I think, in meetings and publicly as well. Just thought that this would be good because we were sort of closing the book on one phase of the conversation, wanting to make sure we didn't lose the other piece. So just making it a little more formal than some of the conversations that have been happening specific to the agreement that was being discussed.
Okay. I'm not sure technically if I'm allowed to pose a question to the mayor, likely not.
You can.
Can I?
I'm a chair. You
Yeah.
can ask
thanks.
the question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
For your flexibility.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, have you had discussions?
Yes.
with this?
When we initially started having conversations about parity for Edmonton in relations to the arena deal in Calgary, I had stated very clearly and publicly in my conversation with Premier that we would be expecting same amount of money, which is $330 million. So our initial conversations around the OEG conversation, and it settled around $187 million. And I was always clear, and I was also in my conversation with the Premier and Premier's office is that, that conversation will open up many other opportunities for further investment in the city. So I think I always frame that as a phase one investment, that OEG deal, then we'll be coming back for asking for the rest of the money. So they wouldn't be surprised by this, that we are asking for parity.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just to the mover, I don't mind the current wording whatsoever, but I just want to understand your intent. The way I read it, it seems to focus on a second phase of investment solely in the downtown. Was that your intent? Or was this about just the parity related to the downtown investment that was made in Calgary, but that those funds may be made available for priority projects across the city?
I don't want to get too far down a path. I mean, I think the provincial government had specifically talked about the downtown. I don't think there's any harm at some point in these conversations to talk about if that second phase needs to be exclusively for the downtown, especially considering what the extension of the CRL would allow us to do in terms of funding. I just didn't want to pre-write that in. I think we should start the conversation, see if they feel that we need to put all of that funding in the downtown to make parity, or if they would be open to us starting to address some of the citywide infrastructure needs that we have across the city. So, but I didn't feel that would be appropriate to put in the text of the motion at this point.
Okay, great. So maybe then to Mr. Mayor, that's clear as well, that this is a broad conversation about.
It is broad, but I think if motion could be clear to be specific, that because there are other inequities that exist when it comes to treatment for Calgary and what we don't get as a city here. Mm-hmm. But I think being more specific about this is related to the arena equivalent deal, right? So I think if there's a way to specify that, because there's the inequities around provincial highways, for example, right? Mm-hmm. That I don't want to confuse two. I think it'll be a good idea to have actually that clarity on that. We're talking about Calgary's arena deal and same level of investment in downtown Edmonton.
Okay.
Or down in Edmonton. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think. So did you want an amendment?
I think if there's a way to clarify that in the somewhere in the motion that says initiate conversation with the government of Alberta on the second phase of provincial funding equivalent to bringing parity equivalent to Calgary's downtown arena deal, right? So some sort of way of clarifying that. Maybe Councillor Knack, maybe that's your intent, right, Councillor Knack?
Yes, I think that's how I interpreted the wording, and so I think that's already clear. But maybe you can confirm with administration.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, to your point, I think that the downtown investment does focus that.
Okay, that's fine then, as long as clear to administration and. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question, and just to be delicate about it, because it's second round of funding, or second phase, the first phase has yet to be determined. So I'm just a little wondering about order of operations on that one.
No first phase.
Like, has it been passed and moved?
Well, I mean, maybe this is to, maybe you can ask that.
Yeah, maybe I can ask city manager, maybe Mr. Robar. So, we're working on the first phase right now. As far as I'm aware, council hasn't given final ratification for things. So, looking at second phase, maybe are we presupposing an outcome, or maybe just you would take this motion as a prep in the event of?
I would take this motion as a prep of in the event of.
Okay, and is that the mover's intention as well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell.
Yeah, I had a similar question. I wondered if this shouldn't actually be subsequent to the outcome, depending what it is, when we have the MOU conversation, I think next week. So I'm curious about that. Maybe to the mover, if there's some thought about this becoming a subsequent as opposed to presuming an outcome here.
Yeah, I guess either way, we need to, at the end of the day, the goal is to make sure that we're made whole. So whether it's debated right now as a subsequent next Monday night, I think is that council meeting, as long as we're just making sure we're not losing that conversation. But I think to me, it sort of feels a bit of a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because we're gonna have that conversation regardless of whether it's a quote unquote second phase, or if for some reason on Monday there isn't an advancement of the first phase, then the entirety of the amount.
Okay, well, and I guess maybe on a broader point, Mayor Sohi, do you really need this motion so that you go and have a conversation with the province, or are you going to go and have a province conversation anyway?
Well, conversation is ongoing. I think this kind of gives the backing of council as well, right? Because in a way that that it kind of formalizes that ask conversations are ongoing. I think this really brings the weight of council behind it.
Okay, well, frankly, I don't see why this motion is needed at all. I think that's just ordinary mayor work, is to go and have the conversations, but I don't want to vote against it because that can be interpreted as a suggestion to not have a conversation. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to speak, okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor now to speak to the motion. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So interestingly enough, I was going to suggest this. I wanted to say the same thing about, although I support you having conversation, Mr. Mayor, with the GOA on this topic, I do think that council should maybe not be directing the mayor every time he should be having a conversation with the GOA. I just think that that's a bad path to go down. I think that from the questions that I asked you, you are having these discussions. So I don't think you need council direction in order to do so. And I don't want it to, the reason I wanted to speak to this, I'm considering voting against it, but I wanted to clarify that I still want you to have these discussions, but I just don't think that it's correct to be always giving you direction to have these conversations. I think that it should just be happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I was concerned that it should be more of a subsequent motion, but since it's here today and we've spent about a half an hour talking about it, I'm willing to approve it at this point. And I do think it's important not only for the government of Alberta to realize that the mayor has the backing of City Council on these things, but that also that the people of Edmonton also know that it's supported by Council. So I will be voting in favor.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I also had concerns about the phasing of this, but after clarification that this would just be in the event of it might as well come forward now rather than a week from now or a month after that. So to the utility of a motion like this, I've thought about that a lot, and what I've come to is that the mayor, as the mayor engages with partners in different orders of government and other dignitaries or otherwise, the mayor can represent the city in a diplomatic fashion, but in a policy fashion must go to council. And so if council is directing this conversation to occur, then the mayor is more empowered to have some of those deeper policy conversations in an approved fashion. And so not only does it indicate council's desire for these conversations, it indicates council's desire to cooperate in a good way with the province, and it also empowers the mayor to have more robust interactions. And because of those reasons, that's why I would support this. Again, you know, it does kind of bother me a little bit that it would presuppose a question, and my fear would be that it colors an outcome when there should be, you know, obviously that open-minded debate. But I think everyone is mature enough to retain their own mind. So I guess I've talked myself out of my concerns and will support this fully. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. You know, when it comes to investment in the downtown and equivalency of same support that Calgary got, and we've been asking for Edmonton, province has been very collaborative and cooperative. You know, on this issue, we are absolutely aligned. Province has been very, very willing to work with us on the first phase of these investments, and they are willing to invest up to $187 million of their money to help us bring more life into downtown. So it is a really good sign of collaboration, and those conversations are have been very productive and ongoing. And so I see this motion as kind of supplementary in a way that it really shows the commitment of this council as well through the mayor that we are going to continue to have those productive conversations with the province to secure investment into our downtown. So I welcome this. I think really it strengthens that collaborative approach through my office with the province. Okay, and I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Knack to close.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
Mayor, can I just confirm that this was being third quarter, this is coming back to the September council meeting?
Third quarter 2020. I wouldn't. September?
That would be the only council meeting in third quarter 2025.
I think I will have.
Okay.
I will have something to report by then,
check.
anyways, right? So yeah,
Appreciate that.
that's
Thank
fine. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are on to amendments to district policy. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Diligent just signed out. Does that to me all the time. Just give me a second to get back in there.
We put the motion on the screen for you,
Oh,
if that's
thank
helpful.
you, that would help. That administration prepare amendments to District Policy 2.5.2.7 to remove criteria E and return to a future City Council public hearing for consideration. And just to let everyone know, I did put in the chat the District Policy 2527 so that you could take a look at it and understand what this motion means.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded. Please make the introduction, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is into consideration of concerns that we heard from the public at the public hearing in June. And this was one of the recommendations. The intention of this is to not have that domino effect where a corner lot would have a larger scale housing, and then the domino effect would be with item E, that as long as there was something zoned greater than small scale development, it would be a criteria to have a greater development. So, and I just wanted to point out that this week we actually voted council voted on something that was similar to this, and it failed, or sorry, it did it fail 2-1 or pass 2-1? But anyways, the vote was 12-1. Sorry, 12-1. And had this been in place, the motion that I'm presenting today, had this actually been in place, it likely wouldn't have even come. It probably would have been in favor of the 12 votes on council this week.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brinsway. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just a question to the mover. I was wondering, I know we've had some of these conversations about different possible changes, and I think it hasn't been, we haven't necessarily given different, we've given different direction depending on the motion, but I think we're trying to get to, can that come to committee first so it has a chance for input and some additional feedback before going to a public hearing, or is your desire 100% public hearing first?
No, thank you, Councillor Knack, for bringing that up. Yeah, I think that it is a good idea actually to bring it back to committee first.
Awesome. So I'll make that as an amendment, but it sounds like it might be friendly just to.
It is to me, yes.
Yep. Seems like friendly. So what would that amendment be, that administration come back?
Return to a future committee meeting. Yeah.
Administration come to future committee with preparing amendments. Okay. Okay.
And if that's friendly, that's it for me. I'm good. I'll support it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wright.
I know that there's been in the past, I guess to the mover, other requests made for adjustments to those A, B, C, D, E. Or I guess maybe to the clerk, is this in order? Has this been one that didn't pass, or?
It's similar but not direct. A question I would look for some input from potentially Deputy City Manager Petron, if she's available online, is whether or not this direction can go to committee or it actually has to go to public hearing, because it is directing a very specific change to your zoning bylaw.
Okay, and it's not something that could come just as a report of information to committee, or?
That's what I am hoping to find out for you, if it can be done, but normally any amendments would have to go to public hearing. They don't route through, there's a reason that those land applications don't route through committee.
Okay. So is...
I can chime in here.
You.
It's Kim. So the motion is quite clear in terms of the direction. So it could go directly to a public hearing. But if council was keen to understand the impact and the analysis around removing that criteria, which in short would, we'd see less opportunities to support redevelopment adjacent to, taller buildings with taller sites.
So rather than prepare amendments, that administration provide a report on the implications? Would that be a friendly amendment to the mover?
Well, it would be, but I think it changes the intention. I don't know if it would be to the city clerk if she would consider it a friendly amendment.
Do you want it coming to committee, or do you want it coming to a bylaw
Yeah, no, I'm
change?
good with it coming to committee as a report.
So then I guess to the clerk, can we change that somehow? And I'd be, if it's not friendly, I'd be happy to make a motion to amend it.
Why don't you do that, actually? Well, then it's more clear.
And then, but I do have one other question. With the item from last night, I believe the corner lot next to what was being requested was zoned as RS, and maybe Ms. Petron can double check me on that.
I'd have to pull that that report, which I can do as we're sort of talking here, but the 2.52.7, there's a number of criteria. So last night, the one that failed was within a node or corridor, was within 400 meters of mass transit station,
right? And
it was along a collector road. So I think we're looking, So all to say, the collection of conditions of this policy is just looking for where it would be appropriate to have transition from lower scale to higher rise buildings.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I had except for what we're going to amend on this. So that'll be it for me for now.
Yeah, you can suggest that wording amend to clerk, so see if you can work with that. Okay, Councillor Rutherford. Sorry, we don't have full 5 minutes. Okay, we will stop here, and we will carry on tomorrow. No, we have other items. No, we have 10-6, 10-7. We have two more. We have two more notes of motions. Yeah. Okay, we will see tomorrow at 9:30. Until then, we are on recess.
Recess, yes, till
Okay.
9:30.